Chapter 42-48. Luckily, Ji Tianxing had entered Yudu City in advance to assassinate Commander Mingi. If he had attacked Yudu City step by step, occupied Netherworld Divine Palace, and then killed Commander Mingi, he would have fallen for the trap. By then, even if Kenshin could take over Yudu City and control the entire Reincarnation Island, they wouldn't be able to eliminate the source of the problem. Commander Mingi had escaped. Even if he didn't dare to take revenge, he was still a huge threat. With his shrewdness, scheming, and ability, it was impossible for any other God King to go against him. Only the stronger and more meticulous Ji Tianxing could destroy Commander Mingi's scheme. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing decisively left Netherworld Divine Palace and followed the few territorial lords to a certain house in the south of the city. Qianlong and Kuei, tribe patriarch, who were in the world inside the bell, didn't know what had happened. Out of curiosity, the two couldn't help but ask Ji Tianxing what had happened. Why didn't he continue to search for Commander Mingi's tracks? Ji Tianxing replied, but didn't explain. He just asked them to watch carefully. After a while, Ji Tianxing followed the few territorial lords and arrived at a certain house in the south of the city. The house looked simple, but its interior was exquisite and luxurious. Its defensive power was also very strong. Not only were there 500 elite Imperial Guards standing guard here, there were also over 30 God King experts lying in ambush in various places, either in the open or in the dark. In addition, 2 8th-level Divine King Realm Forbidden Guard commanders were also here. In addition to the 10 domain lords who had just arrived, there were actually 45 godly king experts gathered in this very ordinary-looking courtyard. The 10 disguised territorial lords entered the underground secret room of the house after a series of checks and identity checks. They finally met Commander Mingi. The thin, white-haired Commander Mingi wore a gray robe. His aura was even colder, and he looked much older than half a year ago. In the dimly lit secret room, he sat on the throne at the head, quietly resting with his eyes closed. 2 Forbidden Guard commanders stood on either side of him, wearing armor and holding swords. They were like 2 door gods. After the 10 domain lords entered the secret chamber, they removed their disguises and revealed their true faces. They bowed and greeted Commander Mingi. After the 2 sides exchanged greetings, the 10 domain lords stood in 2 rows. Only then did Commander Mingi begin the discussion. He first asked the 10 domain lords about the situation of the city's defenses, as well as the information they had gathered. Next, everyone began to discuss how to set up defenses, arrange troops, and so on. The atmosphere was very oppressive and heavy. Everyone's heart was heavy. None of them were optimistic about the upcoming decisive battle. They were extremely worried. The door to the secret room was shut, and it was protected by a formation. There were 4 God King experts standing guard outside. Ji Tianxing arrived at the gate. Finally, there was no need to hide anymore. He decisively made a move, using a divine ability and ultimate skill to kill the 2 Divine King powerhouses guarding the door. At the same time, he opened up the world inside the bell and released Qianlong and Kuei clan's patriarch so that they could kill the other 2 God Kings. Swish, swish. Bang, bang. After a sword light pierced through the air and 2 dull thuds, the 4 God Kings guarding the door fell to the ground as blood splattered everywhere. The 2 God Kings that Ji Tianxing killed were killed in a single strike. Even their godheads were shattered. As for the 2 God Kings that the 2 clan patriarchs dealt with, they only had their heads and necks severed. Their bodies were destroyed, but their godheads were still intact. Ji Tianxing added 2 more sword lights before he was able to instantly kill the 2 God Kings. Without a doubt, there was a commotion as an intense divine power fluctuation erupted. Commander Mingi and the 10 domain lords in the secret chamber were immediately awakened. They quickly ended the discussion and checked the situation outside the secret chamber. Ji Tianxing did not hold back as he punched the door of the secret chamber. Kaboom! Following an earth-shattering sound, the door of the secret chamber was blasted into smithereens. A huge hole was blasted in the defensive formation. Dust splattered and covered the secret chamber in a radius of 300 meters. It turned the secret chamber into a turbid mess. With such an unforeseen event, Commander Mingy's pupils contracted. He turned around without hesitation and turned into a black shadow as he flew towards the corner of the secret chamber. In the seemingly empty corner of the secret chamber, there was actually a secret door that led to the array altar underground. It was a teleportation array that was directly connected to Yudu City. It could teleport him to a stronghold 1,000,000 miles away. Before the 10 domain lords could react, they saw Commander Mingy escaping the secret chamber as fast as a ghost. They were stunned. At this moment, Ji Tianxing also turned into a golden light and flew into the secret chamber. He flew over the heads of the 10 domain lords and chased after Commander Mingy. Qianlong and Kuei clan patriarchs were slightly slower. After they followed Ji Tianxing into the secret chamber, they were also stunned. Swish! Ji Tianxing had already gone through the secret passage at the corner of the secret chamber to chase after Commander Mingy. The 2 clan patriarchs were stunned in the middle of the secret chamber as they were stared at by the 10 domain lords. Their bodies instantly stiffened, and their expressions were especially awkward. It's over. This thought flashed across the minds of the 2 clan patriarchs at the same time. After a breath of time, the 10 domain lords finally recovered from their astonishment. Their gazes gathered on the 2 clan patriarchs. After recognizing their identities, their gazes and expressions became strange and complicated. A few of the domain lords revealed killing intent on their faces or revealed sinister sneers. They couldn't afford to offend Kenshin. But could it be that they couldn't afford to offend the 2 clan patriarchs of the ancient clans? Seeing that the 10 domain lords revealed their killing intent and were about to attack, the 2 clan patriarchs were quick-witted and hurriedly spoke to save themselves. Ha! Qianlong's clan patriarch was complaining incessantly in his heart, but he didn't show any fear on his face. He even laughed loudly with an imposing manner. Lord Kenshin is indeed wise. He guessed that you fellows would come here in the middle of the night to meet Commander Mingy. I didn't expect it to be so. Surrender yourselves. I will plead with Lord Kenshin to spare your lives. The Kuei clan patriarch also reacted and hurriedly put on an arrogant and proud attitude. He sneered at the 10 domain lords and said, "Everyone, you didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha! Waiting for Lord Kenshin to lead an army to attack Yudu City? Then the 2 armies will fight head-on? You are too naive. All of Commander Mingy's schemes and plans are under the control of Lord Kenshin. Lord Kenshin has already chased after him, and Commander Mingy is about to lose his life. If you don't want to die, then stay here obediently. When Lord Kenshin returns, immediately admit defeat and surrender." It was clearly the 2 clan patriarchs who were surrounded by 10 domain lords and were in imminent danger. However, the 2 of them were arrogant. Their words and attitudes made it seem as if they had surrounded the 10 domain lords. The 10 domain lords originally wanted to attack, but when they saw the reaction of the 2 clan patriarchs, they instantly hesitated. Kenshin really came? Heavens! Previously, the Grand Commander was worried that Kenshin would sneak into Yudu City and carry out the assassination in advance. I didn't expect that he guessed correctly. That golden light that passed by just now was Kenshin. It passed by right in front of my eyes, but I didn't see it clearly at all. It's over. Kenshin is here. We're all going to die. The 10 domain lords looked at each other and were somewhat flustered as they discussed in a daze. Chapter 42-49. Kenshin's reputation was too terrifying. Billions of people worshipped him, and countless divine kings revered and respected him. Even the 10 zone masters, although they were high-level divine kings, were also very afraid of Kenshin. In the past, Kenshin's whereabouts were unknown, and the zone masters didn't see him in person. They only revered him in their hearts. At this moment, Kenshin had just flown past them and was chasing after Commander Mingy underground. After Kenshin dealt with Commander Mingy, he would come to kill them. How could the 10 zone masters not be terrified? Everyone's first reaction was to immediately escape. The further away they were from Kenshin, the safer they would be. However, these zone masters were all people of high positions and were meticulous people. They definitely wouldn't be rash and impulsive. They immediately thought of a problem. Since Kenshin had personally made a move, then the army under Kenshin must be lying in ambush outside Yudu City. Once they escaped Yudu, they would be walking into a trap. Surrounded by an army of over 10,000, they would definitely die. Moreover, they would be smashed into pieces. They couldn't escape, but they couldn't stay either. The Zone Masters were all flustered and didn't know what to do. Of course, there were also 2 Zone Masters who wanted to capture the 2 chiefs and use them as hostages to save their own lives. However, on second thought, it was easy to capture the 2 chiefs, but it was hard to say if they could threaten Kenshin. Once they did that, they would completely become enemies with Kenshin. It would be difficult for them to not die. Thus, the 2 Zone Masters hurriedly dismissed the idea. Seeing that these Zone Masters were stunned and had no intention of making a move, Hidden Dragon and Kuei clan's chief looked at each other and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. However, the Zone Masters were only hesitating and weighing the pros and cons. They didn't put down their weapons and continued to surround the 2 of them. Their nerves were tense. The 2 chiefs could only continue to persuade and threaten them, hoping that they would dispel the idea of taking the risk. If they could persuade the 10 Zone Masters to surrender without making a move, it would be a great merit. Thus, the Kuei clan's chief used his glib tongue and started to attack the 10 Zone Masters. Domain Lords, I'm sure you already know that Commander Styx is definitely not a match for Kenshin. Yudu City was destined to fall, and Reincarnation Island was destined to be controlled by Lord Kenshin. Even if you risk your lives, you won't be able to change this result. Even if you kill me and the Hidden Dragon Patriarch now, it won't affect the overall situation at all. Lord Kenshin will soon kill Commander Styx, and the army of our Rebel Alliance will also launch an attack into Yudu City. Once you take action, you will be listed as enemies by the Rebel Alliance. You are destined to die under the Kenshin sword. If you surrender now, you can still keep your lives. At this moment, the 10 Domain Lords had already calmed down. Hearing the Kuei clan's patriarch's words, the other Domain Lords frowned and revealed doubtful expressions. What did you say? Well, the Kenshin, let us go. We are the subjects of the god of the underworld. If the Kenshin wants to rule the Reincarnation Island, how could they spare us? Don't speak carelessly. You are just stalling for time. Cut the crap. Since we're going to die either way, we might as well kill you and drag the 2 of you down with us. As they spoke, the Domain Lords clenched their swords and sabers, and blazing killing intent burst forth from their bodies. The 2 patriarchs were rather nervous, but their expressions were very calm as they continued to persuade the other party. Everything I said is the truth. Why don't you believe me? Lord Kenshin said before that Domain Lords like you have different statuses. As long as you surrender, you will be spared from death and will be given a lighter punishment. Those who perform well can even be exempted from punishment and continue to be the Domain Lord. In his anxiety, the Hidden Dragon Patriarch spoke the truth without thinking. However, just as he reached the crucial part, he was stopped by the Kuei clan's Patriarch. The Kuei clan's Patriarch hurriedly gave him a look that said, "Why are you so reckless? How can you reveal the details?" Only then did the Hidden Dragon Patriarch react. He immediately stopped talking, and his face was full of annoyance. It seemed that he was also very depressed and regretful that he could not keep the secret. However, the 10 Domain Lords heard it clearly. Instantly, their eyes lit up, and they became spirited. What did you say just now? As long as we surrender, we can be spared from death? Those who perform well can be exempted from punishment, and can even continue to be the Domain Lord. Hidden Dragon Qua, are you serious about this? Hidden Dragon Qua, you should know very well that this concerns everyone's life and death. You must tell us the truth. Otherwise, we would rather fight to the death and kill the 2 of you first. If you don't want to tell us, then we will ask Kenshin and confront him face to face. It was very obvious that in the hearts of the 10 Domain Lords, loyalty to the god of the underworld and Commander Styx was definitely not the most important thing. Their lives, and whether they could keep their positions as Domain Lords are the most important. If they wanted to surrender to Kenshin, they first had to keep their lives. If they could be exempted from punishment and not have to pay any price, that would be the best. If Kenshin was magnanimous and could keep their positions as domain lords. That would be an unexpected surprise. Therefore, they were very eager to know whether the Hidden Dragon Patriarch was telling the truth or not. If what the Hidden Dragon Patriarch said was true, then they would have no more worries and could immediately surrender when they saw Kenshin. If the Hidden Dragon Patriarch was lying to deceive them, then it would be too late to kill the Hidden Dragon Patriarch and the Kuei Tribe Patriarch now and escape. Faced with 10 pairs of burning, sharp, and majestic gazes, the Hidden Dragon Patriarch revealed a helpless and bitter smile. He scratched his head and muttered, "It's all my fault for speaking without thinking. Now, Lord Kenshin will definitely punish me." The Kuei Tribe Patriarch also sighed and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "Hidden Dragon Patriarch, you're just too straightforward and can't hide things in your heart. It's because Lord Kenshin understands your nature that he asked me to accompany you. Back then, Kenshin told us to keep this a secret, but you... Sigh. Forget it. When Lord Kenshin pursues the matter, I will plead for mercy for you." After hearing the Kuei Tribe Patriarch's comforting words, the Hidden Dragon Patriarch's mood improved a lot. As for the 10 domain lords, when they heard their conversation and saw their expressions and reactions, they all understood the reason and process. It turned out that those words were indeed said by Kenshin. Kenshin told his thoughts to the few ancient clans' patriarchs, but ordered them to keep it a secret and not to casually leak it out. Just now, the Hidden Dragon Patriarch was in a dangerous situation, and in a moment of desperation, he couldn't hold back and revealed the truth. Seeing that the Hidden Dragon Patriarch and the Kuei Tribe Patriarch's reactions didn't seem to be fake, the 10 domain lords were relieved. They looked at each other and hurriedly discussed with each other through telepathy whether they should admit defeat and surrender. At this moment, a loud rumbling sound suddenly came from deep underground. The ground under everyone's feet trembled violently, and a few wide cracks appeared. Obviously, it was caused by the battle between Kenshin and Commander Styx. Chapter 4250. In fact, after Ji Tianxing chased underground, he stopped Commander Mingi, who was preparing to escape. The two of them didn't fight directly. Instead, they chatted for a while. The content of the conversation was simple. It was nothing more than Commander Mingi being shocked, angry, and somewhat indignant. He had clearly guessed that Kenshin would sneak into Yudu City and take the risk to assassinate him alone. Moreover, he had also made preparations to hide in this inconspicuous house. Under normal circumstances, even if Kenshin sneaked into Yudu and killed his way in a netherworld divine palace, he wouldn't be able to find him. And after he received the news, he could quietly escape Yudu and fly far away. But man proposes, God disposes. Kenshin had to sneak into Yudu City tonight, and he happened to gather the 10 domain lords for a meeting. Even though he was very careful and made the 10 domain lords disguise themselves and hide their appearances and auras, they were still targeted by Kenshin. All of this was because Kenshin was strong enough. But Commander Mingi felt that it was more luck. Kenshin's luck was simply too good. He was completely blessed by the heavens. Ji Tianxing didn't deny this point. He smiled and said, "Haven't you heard the rumors of the boundless heaven continent? I am the embodiment of justice, the spokesperson of the heavenly Tao. Even the power of the heavenly Tao is helping me. Reading the heavenly Tao oath that I made, I'll be bound by the heavenly Tao. Therefore, isn't it natural for the heavens to bless me?" Commander Mingi was so angry that his face turned black. He immediately cursed and scolded the heavens for being unfair. Ji Tianxing wasn't angry. He looked at him with a smile and persuaded him to admit defeat obediently so that he could die with dignity. Ji Tianxing had to kill Commander Mingi without a doubt. Even if the other party surrendered, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Commander Mingi scolded Ji Tianxing because he wanted to anger Ji Tianxing so that he could take the opportunity to open the teleportation formation and escape Yudu City. However, Ji Tianxing wasn't angered. He continued to stare at him. Commander Acheron secretly took out a jade slip and was about to toss it into the teleportation array. At the critical moment, Ji Tianxing used a supreme divine ability to seal the entire underground palace, freezing the space within a radius of 10,000 feet. In the next instant, he sees the jade slip and smashed it to pieces. The jade strip was the key to open the transmission array, but it was destroyed by Ji Tianqing. If Commander Styx wanted to open the array again, he would have to cast a spell, and that would take 10 breaths of time. At this time, Ji Tianqing no longer talked nonsense with him and had already launched an attack. Swish! For beams of golden sword light locked onto Commander Styx with invisible sword intent. Commander Styx knew that he couldn't escape, but he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. He could only fight back. Therefore, he unleashed his ultimate skill with all his might to block the four sword lights. Unfortunately, the surrounding space had been sealed, and Commander Styx could not move an inch. There was no way for him to dodge. Bang, bang! Just as he condensed a shield of divine power, he was struck by the four sword lights, and two dull thuds rang out. The shield he condensed with all his strength was strong, but it couldn't block the attack of the sword lights. It collapsed on the spot, and fragments of divine light burst out. Then he was blown away by the sword lights, and he smashed into the sacrificial altar while vomiting blood. Wong! The silent sacrificial altar trembled violently from the impact, and it lit up with hazy five-colored divine light. Commander Styx finally got close to the sacrificial altar. He just needed to open the teleportation array, and he could leave Yudu. However, his chest and abdomen were pierced by the sword lights, and he was already severely injured. Casting a spell to activate the formation had become an extravagant hope that was impossible to accomplish. Swish, swish. Before Commander Styx could get up, Ji Tianqing raised his hand and struck out with two sword lights that were like two bolts of lightning. The underground palace was only 10,000 feet in radius, and the terrain was narrow. The distance between the two was too close. From the time the sword lights lit up to when they hit Commander Styx, it was only 1/5 of an instant. In such a short time, the heavily injured Commander Styx couldn't react at all, let alone cast a spell to block. Bam! The two sword lights hit Commander Styx at the same time, and a loud, dull sound reverberated through the underground. The power of these two swords was too great. Not only did they kill Commander Styx on the spot, but they also smashed him into pieces. After destroying Commander Styx's body, the two sword lights also hit the sacrificial altar. The sacrificial altar, which was 60 feet tall, was smashed into pieces on the spot. Countless rocks and metal splattered out, flashing with divine light. The terrifying force carried countless fragments and formed a shockingly powerful air wave that blasted out in all directions. Instantly, the entire Yudu city started to tremble violently. The courtyard above Ji Tianqing's head was shaken until the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. Dust flew up everywhere. The simple and elegant courtyard collapsed, and a few wide cracks appeared on the ground. The Divine King's strong practitioners who were lying in ambush were also alarmed. In an instant, the entire Yudu city fell into panic. With the courtyard as the center, the surrounding dozens of miles fell into chaos. Commander Styx's body was destroyed, but his godhead was luckily preserved. Swish! The walnut-sized five-color crystal core burst out with lightning speed and instantly passed through the turbid air wave, trying to escape underground. However, Ji Tianqing waved his hand and struck out with a golden dragon claw, accurately grabbing onto Commander Styx's godhead. There was no superfluous words, and there was no way he would show mercy. No matter how furiously Commander Styx cursed or how helplessly he begged for mercy, it was useless. With a crisp cracking sound, Commander Styx's godhead was crushed by Ji Tianqing, turning into more than a dozen fragments. An overlord of a generation had fallen just like that. Ji Tianqing kept Commander Styx's godhead fragments and passed through the billowing smoke and dust. He ignored the collapsing soil and bricks and left the underground palace. Swish! The next moment, he returned to the surface and appeared in the study that was full of cracks. What was surprising was that the entire courtyard was in a mess. Many guards and Divine King experts were trying to find out what had happened. Meanwhile, the 10 domain lords and the patriarchs of the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan were still in a deadlock in the study. At this point, the 10 domain lords still hadn't left or escaped. It was enough to prove that they had already discussed and reached a consensus. Even though they were still holding onto their divine weapons and surrounded the patriarchs of the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan, they didn't have much hostility or killing intent. As for the patriarchs of the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan, not only were they not worried or apprehensive, but they were also secretly laughing. It was because the conversation between the two was deliberately put on a show to make the 10 domain lords believe them. The facts prove that the 10 domain lords did indeed believe them without any doubts. Your subordinate pays his respects to Lord Kenshin. Everyone in the study was silent. When the two patriarchs suddenly saw Ji Tianqing appear, they quickly bowed and greeted him. The 10 domain lords were also startled. Seeing Kenshin appear, everyone was shocked and instinctively retreated. However, everyone soon reacted and quickly put away their divine weapons and bowed to Ji Tianqing. Greetings to Lord Kenshin. Chapter 42-51. Seeing the 10 domain lords put away their weapons and bowed, Ji Tianqing understood everything. He glanced at the two clan leaders and was slightly surprised. As far as he knew, these two clan leaders were not as shrewd as the other 3 clan leaders. He didn't expect that these two guys could persuade the 10 domain lords, and there was no fighting or killing between the two sides. It was really unbelievable. Everyone rise. Ji Tianqing nodded slightly, looked at the 10 domain lords with a dignified expression, and asked, "Just now when I was fighting Commander Mingi in the underground palace, since you didn't follow to help, you must have the intention to repent and decided to give up the darkness and join the light, right?" Although this question was asked knowingly, the process couldn't be omitted. Everyone couldn't tacitly agree that these domain lords had surrendered, right? The 10 domain lords looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed, and no one was willing to speak first. It couldn't be helped. Admitting defeat was a bit shameful. As the subordinates of Commander Mingi, when Commander Mingi's life was in danger, they didn't go to help, which was a shameless act of betraying their master for glory. But 2 domain lords were thick-skinned, or they thought of the Hidden Dragon clan leader's words. People who perform well are so, and hurriedly spoke up. Sir Kenshin is right. You came to save the people of Reincarnation Island and return peace and freedom to Reincarnation Island. The people respect and love you very much. And any country or continent should have the people as the foundation. Therefore, you are the embodiment of justice, and you can also represent the heavenly Tao and receive the heavenly Tao's favor and help. Although we are lowly people and don't dare to be mentioned in the same breath as Sir Kenshin, but when we were in charge of each domain, we also cared about the people and loved them as our own children. We also admire and worship you from the bottom of our hearts, Sir Kenshin. The domain lord who spoke first was thin, with a fair face, and dressed like a middle-aged scholar. This person didn't have much of the valiant and stern aura of a fierce general, but more of scholar. Obviously, he was more shrewd and thoughtful. His words were beautiful. Not only did he flatter Kenshin, but he also secretly cleared his name and expressed his intention to surrender. Of course, his claim of loving the people like his children was definitely nonsense. Whoever believed him would be a fool. When the other domain leaders saw that Ji Tianqing was so good at acting and that he was so thick-skinned, they all threw away their sense of shame and began to flatter him, trying to increase their favorability towards Ji Tianqing. Lord Kenshin, please understand. We are actually looking out for the people. We hope that you will come soon to save the people of Reincarnation Island and restore freedom to everyone. However, as domain lords, we are under the control and restriction of Commander Styx and the Blood Prism Marshal. We really have no choice. Kenshin-sama, you've finally arrived. Commander Mingi used all sorts of methods to restrict us, forcing us to be loyal to him. Otherwise, we would be killed and our entire clan would be wiped out. We look forward to your arrival, not only for the freedom of the people, but also for our freedom and safety. These domain lords were no fools. Kenshin went underground to hunt down Commander Mingi and caused a huge commotion just now. Now that Qin Shin had appeared, Commander Mingi was nowhere to be seen. It was obvious that Commander Mingi had been killed or captured by Qin Shin. Since Commander Mingi was dead, the fall of Yudu and the capture of Reincarnation Island would soon become a reality. At this time, of course, they had to submit to Qin Shin as quickly as possible to prove their loyalty. Moreover, in order to prove their innocence, they could also push all the blame onto Commander Mingi. The 10 domain lords fought to speak, one after another expressing their loyalty, as well as their respect and worship for Qin Shin. Seeing how strong their desire to live was, Ji Tianxing sneered to himself. He didn't waste any time and raised his hand to interrupt the 10 domain lords. He took out a jade scroll and threw it in front of everyone. You should know my rules. Those who are sincere in surrendering recite this oath of surrender. The jade scroll floated in midair, shining with a brilliant golden light, looking very sacred and dignified. However, the 10 domain lords stared at the jade scroll with troubled expressions, silently weighing the pros and cons. No matter how nice their words were, when it came to reciting the oath of surrender, they had to seriously consider it and weigh the pros and cons. After all, they had long heard of the horror of the oath of surrender. The domain lord, who looked like a middle-aged scholar, thought for a moment and took the lead to walk out of the crowd, picking up the jade scroll. He had long since understood the logic behind it. Since he had decided to surrender to Qin Shin, he had to be decisive and not drag it out. If he acted more sincerely and positively, he could leave a good impression on Qin Shin, and he might even be able to keep his position as domain lord. Lord Qin Shin, I am the domain lord of Yuan. I know my wrongs and want to change, sincerely repent. So, I've turned over a new leaf. I hope to serve under Lord Qin Shin and make up for my past mistakes. After saying this, he used his consciousness to read the contents of the jade scroll and began to recite the oath of surrender. When he recited the first part of the oath of surrender, his expression became serious, and a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. However, with everyone staring at him, he could not stop, nor did he dare to go back on his words. Thus, he continued to recite. As he recited one oath after another, his face became paler, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. When the domain lords heard the contents of the oath, their expressions became a little ugly, and their eyes were filled with fear and worry. In the past, they had only heard of how harsh and terrifying the oaths made by Qin Shin were. Now that they heard the contents of the oath with their own ears, they knew that the rumors were true. Once they recited the oath of surrender, they would become Qin Shin's most loyal lackeys and hounds, and could not have the slightest bit of disloyalty. If they had any thoughts of endangering Qin Shin's safety and interests or disrespecting Qin Shin, they would be judged by the heavenly axiom as a violation of the oath, and would be punished by the heavenly axiom, leading to death. This was Qin Shin's way of doing things. It was violent and domineering, but it was the most effective. Furthermore, Qin Shin did not even need to keep an eye on the person who made the oath, as the heavenly axiom would help to supervise. In comparison, Commander Styx and the Bloodhelm Marshal's methods of coercing and forcing them to remain loyal were simply too weak. After a moment, the Yuan and Region Lord finished reciting the oath of the heavenly axiom. His entire body lit up with divine light, and a wisp of Tao runes appeared above his head. Muffled sounds of thunder could be heard in the sky above Yudu City. Such a phenomenon proved that the oath of the heavenly axiom had been established, and he was bound by the heavens. The Yuan and Region Lord felt the vast might of the heavens, and his heart was filled with fear. However, he appeared to be relatively calm, and after bowing respectfully to Ji Tianxing, he put the jade scroll back to its original place. Just as he returned to the crowd, another Region Lord took the initiative to step forward and take the jade scroll to recite the oath. This was also a Region Lord who was determined and wanted to do his best to perform. However, at this moment, the door of the study was blasted open, and the cracked wall on the side was also blasted apart. More than 10 divine king experts roared as they charged into the messy study. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4252. Previously, Ji Tianxing and Commander Mingi were fighting underground, causing a huge commotion. There were as many as 500 guards stationed in this courtyard, all of them elites. In addition, there were over 30 godly king powerhouses hiding in the courtyard, protecting Commander Mingi. These people were all startled awake, first running in all directions, then asking each other what happened. Guessing that there was an attack, many godly kings and guards searched everywhere for traces of the assassin. But they searched the entire courtyard, as well as the surrounding 20 miles, but did not find anything out of the ordinary. Therefore, many godly kings were certain that the assassin was most likely still in the courtyard. Some godly kings only then remembered that they had not checked on Commander Mingi's condition, whether he was injured or not. But when the dozen godly kings arrived outside the study, they discovered that the defensive array had been activated, isolating the situation in the study, preventing people from probing. Therefore, in their anxiety, the godly kings joined forces to attack the defensive array of the study. Fortunately, that array's defense was not very strong, more to conceal aura, blocking divine senses from probing. After the dozen godly kings joined forces to attack a few times, they actually broke a hole in the array, even collapsing 2 walls. But when they rushed into the study and saw the situation inside clearly, they were dumbfounded on the spot. In the messy study, the 10 domain lords were present, but Commander Mingi was nowhere to be found. The 10 domain lords' expressions and postures were very strange. There was also a Dragon Clan youth in white robes in the study, looking very mysterious and dignified. Beside that white-robed youth stood 2 unfamiliar godly king powerhouses, and those 10 domain lords' postures seemed to be very respectful to the white-robed youth. What was going on? Who was that white-robed youth? There was silence in the study. Everyone looked at each other, but no one spoke. Suddenly, a middle-aged godly king saw the white-robed youth's face clearly, and his expression changed drastically, subconsciously crying out in surprise. Kenshin! He's Kenshin! The sudden cry of surprise was filled with deep shock and fear. The other dozen godly kings were stunned, staring at the white-robed youth in disbelief, carefully observing and sizing him up. When the face of the white-robed young man in front of them overlapped with the face of Kenshin in their memories, everyone was horrified. That's right, he was the famous Kenshin. No one dared to believe that Kenshin would actually sneak into Yudu City alone to assassinate Commander Styx. Most importantly, Kenshin seemed to have succeeded. If Commander Styx was still alive, he would definitely show himself and fight the Kenshin or order his guards to assist him. Since Commander Mingi was nowhere to be found, and the 10 territorial lords were subservient to Kenshin, one could guess that Commander Mingi was most likely dead. Retreat. The first reaction of several god kings was to retreat immediately and flee back to the Netherworld Divine Palace. Commander Acheron might have already died. However, they couldn't rule out the possibility that Commander Styx had escaped back to the Netherworld Divine Palace. There were also 20,000 guards and 200 divine king powerhouses. It could be said to be an impregnable fortress, impregnable as a fortress. In the entire Yudu City, only the Netherworld Divine Palace could be considered safe. 9 god kings instinctively turned and rushed out of the study with this thought in mind. However, there were still 2 god kings who were too loyal to Commander Mingi or were too honest. They actually questioned Ji Tianxing and the 10 territorial lords loudly. Kenshin, you killed Commander Mingi? Territorial lords, where did Commander Mingi go? Is he injured? What are you standing there for? Why aren't you gathering the guards and fighting Kenshin together? The 2 god kings were the captains of Commander Mingi's guards. They had always been in charge of protecting Commander Mingi. Saying these words was only their instinctive reaction. However, the 9 god kings who turned and fled and the 10 territorial lords in the study were stunned when they heard this. They all looked at the 2 god kings in unison, revealing complicated expressions and gazes. Some had an expression of admiration that said, "Brother, you're really awesome." Some didn't know whether to laugh or cry, with a look that said, Are you two really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Some had pity and helplessness in their gazes. The place was temporarily quiet. It was dead silent. Ji Tianxing glanced at the two god kings and casually shot out a dazzling golden light, which instantly enveloped the entire residence. Swoosh! A golden light barrier with a radius of 3,000 feet sealed the entire residence. Immediately, all the guards and god kings who scurried about frantically in the courtyard in search of the Styx commander all froze. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the golden light barrier, revealing angry and helpless expressions. "Since you're here, stay," Ji Tianxing said indifferently. The dozen god kings seemed to have woken up from a dream, and they immediately revealed looks of regret. It was obvious that Qin Shin planned to kill them all. If they knew this would happen, they wouldn't have stopped just now. They would have fled without a care. And now, the entire residence was sealed. It was impossible to escape even if they wanted to. The patriarch of the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan reacted. They hurriedly held their divine weapons and shouted at the dozen god kings at the door, "What are you waiting for? Get in here if you don't want to die. Lord Qin Shin is here. If you know what's good for you, immediately admit defeat and surrender." Actually, everyone had already thought about it. Commander Mingi was definitely not Qin Shin's match, and Yudu City would fall sooner or later. Therefore, this outcome was within their expectations. What they cared about the most was whether Qin Shin would forgive them and spare their lives. They were so flustered just now because they were afraid that Qin Shin would kill them all with just a few moves. Now, it seemed that Qin Shin wasn't that cruel and violent. As long as they admitted defeat and surrendered, they still had a chance to live. The dozen god kings heaved a sigh of relief and returned to the study. Only the two guard captains of Commander Mingi's guards stood awkwardly on the spot. Just now, no one else spoke. Only the two of them questioned Qin Shin and the 10 region lords righteously. They appear to be very loyal to Commander Mingi. Now, if they didn't surrender, they would be killed. If they surrendered, it would seem that they had no moral integrity and backbone. It was too embarrassing. Luckily, everyone's minds were in a mess, and their thoughts were complicated. No one cared about their situation. The dozen god kings entered the study and bowed in unison, expressing their allegiance to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing didn't waste any time. He couldn't even be bothered to say any high-sounding words. He directly ordered, "All of you, line up and recite the oath of surrender." Therefore, the dozen god kings instantly understood. No wonder the 10 region lords were gathered here. It looked so strange. It turned out that they were the first to admit defeat and were reciting the oath of surrender. Too despicable. These fellows were in high positions and were usually more loyal than anyone else. They didn't expect that they would surrender the moment something happened to Commander Mingi. Chapter 4253. The dozen or so god kings and domain lords in the study came from different factions and were not harmonious with each other. In the past, everyone would fight to be the first to show their loyalty to Commander Styx and the Netherworld Divine Emperor. Because of this, there was no lack of scheming among them. Now that something had happened to Commander Styx, they had no choice but to surrender to Qin Shin. Seeing the 10 domain lords surrender first and being very respectful in front of Qin Shin, the dozen or so god kings were jealous and angry. They only hated themselves for not surrendering to Qin Shin at the first moment. If they had performed well, they might have been able to get an official position under Qin Shin. Furthermore, in front of Qin Shin, it was impossible for them to play any tricks or schemes. Next, the few domain lords no longer hesitated. They all rushed to receive the Jade Scrolls and quickly recited the Oath of Surrender. Soon, divine light and Tao runes appeared on the domain lords who had recited the Oath of Surrender. Shocking thunder boomed in the sky above Yudu City. Ji Tianxing used his divine senses to scan the courtyard and the situation in Yudu City. He realized that the courtyard was in a mess. 500 guards and a dozen or so god kings were trying to break out of the encirclement and break through the golden light barrier. Those people already knew that something had happened to Commander Styx and guessed that Qin Shin was in the study, so they didn't dare to go near. To prevent any accidents from happening, Ji Tianxing ordered the 2 clan leaders and the 3 domain lords who had already surrendered, gather everyone in the courtyard. Those who are willing to surrender, gather in the courtyard. Those who are unwilling to surrender and resist with all their might, kill them without mercy. The Hidden Dragon clan, the Kuei clan leader, and the 3 domain lords hurriedly obeyed and ran out of the study happily to carry out the mission. Especially the 3 domain lords who had just sworn the oath of surrender. They were indescribably surprised. After all, they had just surrendered and received a mission from Kenshin. This meant that Kenshin trusted them and gave them a chance to perform. Didn't they see the envious expressions of those god kings and domain lords who were preparing to surrender? Such a good mission and opportunity to perform. They had to grasp it well and not screw it up. With such feelings, the 3 domain leaders and the 2 clan leaders rushed into the house and flew into the night sky to carry out their mission. Under their shouts, threats, explanations, and persuasions, the 500 guards and god kings stopped panicking. They all quieted down. The 2 clan chiefs spoke the truth, saying that Kenshin Great One was here, already killing the Styx commander. All the soldiers under Mingi's command could be spared from death if they surrendered. Those who resisted would be killed without mercy. The 500 guards and a dozen god kings were filled with fear and doubt. At this time, the 3 region masters jumped out again and said with certainty that Commander Mingi was dead, Yudu City was destined to fall, and Reincarnation Island would definitely be controlled by Kenshin. As time went by, the guards and god kings were thrown into disarray. They gradually began to believe this result. Under the coercion of the 2 clan leaders and 3 domain lords, most of the guards and divine kings chose to surrender and obediently gathered in the courtyard. However, there was a small number of stubborn people who still had hope. They tried to escape from the Golden Light Shield and returned to Netherworld Divine Palace to investigate. The 2 clan leaders and 3 domain lords acted decisively and killed those people with brute force. This shocked everyone, causing the remaining 400 guards and a dozen god kings to obediently stay in the courtyard. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts. After a while, the swearing in the study ended. In order to save time, Ji Tianxing took back the Jade Scroll. He directly produced a light screen and displayed the contents of the swearing to surrender. He let the domain lords and god kings read it out. Everyone could only read the swearing at the same time, with different expressions and tones. The scene was quite interesting, and the atmosphere was a little strange. Fortunately, it was very efficient. In a short time, the dozen people had successfully surrendered, and the Heavenly Tao Oath was established. Then, Ji Tianxing brought the surrendered domain lords and god kings out of the study and into the house. In the spacious house, the ground had cracked and the surrounding buildings had collapsed. Broken fences and walls could be seen everywhere. It was a mess. More than 480 guards and 16 god kings stood in the courtyard obediently and waited. Although everyone was mentally prepared, when they saw Kenshin appear, they were still shocked and fearful. Many people looked at Kenshin curiously, but they were intimidated by Kenshin's majestic aura and didn't dare to look directly at him. The courtyard was silent. The domain lords and god kings who had surrendered didn't dare to speak casually. Ji Tianxing took out a dozen shards of godhood and held them in his palm. They were wrapped in golden divine light and displayed for everyone to see. Don't hold on to your wishful thinking anymore. Your Commander Mingi is dead. He said these words with an indifferent expression, but it was like a shocking thunderclap, shocking everyone in the field. Although everyone had expected this result, when they saw with their own eyes that Commander Mingi was only left with a dozen shards of godhood, their hearts were still filled with fear and shock. Just as Ji Tianxing said, the last trace of hope in their hearts was destroyed and dissipated. Since Commander Mingi was dead, what was the point of their stubborn resistance? Even if there were still 50,000 soldiers and more than 200 god kings in Yudu City, what was the use? It's not that we don't want to risk our lives and fight, nor is it that we are not loyal. It's just that Commander Mingi died too quickly. These thoughts flashed through everyone's minds at the same time. Thus, the 400 guards and the dozen or so god kings no longer hesitated and bowed in unison. expressing their loyalty to Ji Tianxing. The previous scene repeated itself. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out a white light that condensed into a huge screen of light. It floated in the night sky and displayed a simplified version of the Oath of Surrender. The guards and god kings were already mentally prepared. Without needing Ji Tianxing to say anything, they all recited the Oath of Surrender. 100 breaths later, close to 500 people recited the Oath of Surrender. Their bodies lit up with divine light, and a trace of Tao aura appeared above their heads. In the sky above Yudu City, lightning flashed and thunder roared again. Just like that, all the guards and god kings in this house were subdued by Ji Tianxing. Next, Ji Tianxing started to give orders and assign many tasks. He first sent a message to the 5,000 soldiers stationed outside the city and ordered them to prepare for battle immediately and wait for orders to attack the south city gate of Yudu City. Then, he ordered the 2 region lords to lead 4 godly king experts to take over the control of the southern city gate. These 6 experts needed to control the south city gate and find a way to remove the poisonous fog outside the city. When the Rebel Alliance's army reached the city, they still needed to open the city gate and welcome the army in. Next, Ji Tianxing ordered more than 20 god kings and 6 region lords to rush back to the Netherworld Divine Palace immediately. Their task was very simple. They were to fabricate lies and deceive the soldiers stationed at the Netherworld Divine Palace so that they would continue to defend and not retreat. Chapter 42-54. The Netherworld Divine Palace was the core of Yudu City. There were 200 God King powerhouses there, as well as 20,000 elite soldiers. Yudu City was in chaos, and so was the Netherworld Divine Palace. Ji Tianxing was worried that some God King experts would sense that something was amiss and flee with their soldiers. Once that happened, he wouldn't be able to wipe out all the forces loyal to Commander Styx. He would have to spend a lot of time and effort to clean up those that escaped. It will be troublesome. Ji Tianxing had already thought of an excuse to deceive the soldiers of the Netherworld Divine Palace. He would say that Kenshin snuck into Yudu City to assassinate Commander Styx and was discovered in time. With the help of many guards and god kings, Commander Styx blocked Kenshin's attack and escaped from Yudu City. Kenshin chased after Commander Styx alone. However, Commander Styx was only lightly injured and had many god kings protecting him. He could also mobilize soldiers to stop Kenshin along the way, so he was safe for the time being. Furthermore, Commander Styx would circle around and try to shake off Kenshin. He would return to the Netherworld Divine Palace soon. At that time, Commander Styx would still defend the Netherworld Divine Palace and continue to fight against Kenshin. In short, he wasn't afraid of Yudu City being attacked. The Netherworld Divine Palace was the most important and couldn't be abandoned. This was the argument that Commander Styx had always emphasized. The soldiers guarding the Netherworld Divine Palace all knew about it. In order to increase his credibility, Ji Tianxing even found Commander Acheron's command token in his spatial ring. He always carried that token with him. It was very important. Seeing the token was equivalent to Commander Styx personally coming. The 10 domain lords that appeared in the house tonight were all experts that Commander Styx trusted and thought highly of. The god kings guarding the place were also the experts, generals, and commanders that Commander Styx trusted and was closest to. As long as the domain lords and god kings had Commander Styx's token, they would definitely be able to take over the Netherworld Divine Palace and control the 20,000 soldiers and god kings. After Ji Tianxing gave the order, the domain lords and deity kings bowed and said yes before leaving the courtyard to carry out their mission. Ji Tianxing did not assign any missions to the remaining guards and god kings. Instead, he took them into the world within the primordial chaos bell and took them away with him. After all, the god kings and their guards should be protecting Commander Styx from Kenshin's pursuit as he fled. For the time being, they couldn't show their faces. Otherwise, the lie would be exposed. Ji Tianxing brought the 2 patriarchs out of the house and removed the golden barrier. The 3 of them maintained their invisible state and traveled through Yudu City. After observing, they realized that Yudu City was already in chaos. Lights were everywhere and figures were moving about. There were also countless strong practitioners flying to and fro in the night sky. The huge commotion from before had turned the entire Yudu city upside down. The ground had cracked, and the buildings had collapsed. The 1 million civilians who remained in the city were shocked. They fled in panic and shouted. Of the 30,000 soldiers guarding Yudu city, close to 10,000 were sent out to patrol and search for traces of the assassins. The 20,000 soldiers guarding the Netherworld Divine Palace strictly followed Commander Styx's orders. No matter what happened outside, they didn't let down their guard and continued to guard their posts. However, the 200 God Kings in the Divine Palace were more free. Half of them flew out of the Divine Palace and were investigating the situation in Yudu city. After that, Ji Tianxing forced the 10 domain lords, close to 500 guards, and God Kings to swear a heavenly Tao oath, which caused a phenomenon in heaven and earth. In the sky above Yudu city, shocking lightning kept exploding and deafening thunder boomed. The terrifying might of heaven enveloped the entire Yudu city, causing everyone to be terrified. The civilians who were fleeing in panic saw that Yudu city was sealed and couldn't escape. They could only hide in their own residences. The soldiers guarding the city and patrolling guard were also playing their roles actively. They comforted the frightened civilians and quickly restored order and peace. Ji Tianxing flew in the city for a while and observed the situation in the city. He then made a decision. The situation wasn't bad. At least there wasn't too much chaos, and there wasn't a large batch of soldiers escaping Yudu city. From this, it could be seen that the 50,000 soldiers and 200 God Kings had firm wills. They were also very loyal to Commander Styx. It was also because of this that he couldn't let these people escape Yudu city. He had to plan carefully and catch them all in one fell swoop. Otherwise, if these soldiers were scattered all over Reincarnation Island, they would stir up trouble in the future. The chiefs of Hidden Dragon and Kuei tribe followed behind Ji Tianxing. After a long silence, they finally couldn't help but ask, Lord Kenshin, Commander Styx has been killed by you. Yudu city has no leader. What should we do next? Lord, I think that if we wait for Chief Song-He to lead the army here, it will take a few more days. The people of Yudu city are already in a state of panic. If we delay, there might be changes. We have to attack the city as soon as possible and take control of the city. The 7,500 soldiers led by Chief Song-He hadn't arrived yet. If Ji Tianxing wanted to attack Yudu city, he could only use the 5,000 soldiers outside the city. And those 5,000 soldiers were the disciples of Hidden Dragon and Kuei tribe. In other words, if Ji Tianxing did that, the merit of conquering Yudu city would belong to these two tribes. They would become the greatest contributors. The two chiefs had made such a suggestion with the intention of snatching the merit, but it was indeed in line with the actual situation. However, Ji Tianxing already had plans. He said calmly, I will let Yuan and Region Lord and the rest control the South City Gate to ensure that the city gate can be opened at any time and remove the toxic fog outside the city. Only then can we coordinate with the outside and welcome the army into the city. The 5,000 disciples of Hidden Dragon and Kuei tribe also have to be prepared at all times in case of any sudden situations. However, this is just a precautionary measure. There's still a huge risk. After all, with just 5,000 soldiers, it's impossible to control the 50,000 soldiers and 200 God Kings in Yudu city. The two chiefs were speechless. They also understood that this plan wouldn't work, so they asked, since my lord already has a plan, we will naturally follow your orders. However, I wonder what my lord plans to do. Ji Tianxing revealed a playful smile and said, the main task is still to control Netherworld God Palace and stabilize the 20,000 elite soldiers and 200 God Kings. The 6 region lords and 22 God Kings that I will send are all strong practitioners that Commander Mingi trusts the most. They are basically the God generals and commanders that lead the army. Their statuses are extremely high. Let them stabilize the situation in Netherworld God Palace first. I will enter Netherworld God Palace secretly and control the soldiers and God Kings in batches, forcing them to surrender and swear their loyalty. When the two chiefs heard this, they knew that this plan was very reliable and feasible. This method of boiling the frog in warm water could gradually control the 20,000 soldiers and 200 god kings in Netherworld God Palace. Even if there was a mistake in the middle, or someone felt that something was wrong and wanted to escape, it wouldn't cause too much damage. First, they would nibble away in the dark. After controlling Netherworld God Palace, they could swallow the entire Yudu city and even the entire Reincarnation Island. Chapter 4255. Ji Tianxing's plan to devour the whale was gradually being carried out. He brought the two chiefs to walk around Yudu city. Seeing that the region lords and divine kings were carrying out their mission seriously, quickly pacifying and suppressing the chaos in the city, Ji Tianxing was finally at ease. Around 4 to 6 hours later, dawn arrived, and a new day was about to arrive. Although the people in Yudu city were still in fear, the entire city had regained its peace. At this time, the Yuan and region lord and the rest had already taken over the South City Gate and had it under their control. Ji Tianxing secretly went to the South City Gate, and with the cooperation of the Yuan and region lord, he released the two tribe leaders from Yudu city. The Hidden Dragon and Kuei tribe leaders left Yudu city and returned to the army. They would personally lead their disciples and wait for Ji Tianxing's orders. Ji Tianxing stayed in Yudu city alone and continued his series of plans. He went to Yudu Divine Palace again and passed through the crack in the formation, silently entering the Divine Palace. On the other side, the region lords and over 20 divine kings also gradually took control of the entire Divine Palace. They controlled the Divine Palace where Commander Mingi usually resided. They held Commander Mingi's medallion, controlling and commanding 20,000 soldiers and 200 god kings. With their cooperation, Ji Tianxing entered the Divine Palace without any obstructions and took over Commander Mingi's residence. In this way, he wouldn't be discovered by the other divine kings if he hid in the Divine Palace. The sun rose, and new day arrived. In the morning, the region lords and over 20 divine kings gathered close to 200 divine kings and generals under his orders to discuss matters in the meeting hall. The region lords told the generals about what happened last night, as well as Commander Mingi's whereabouts and plans. Commander Mingi escaped and shook off Kenshin's pursuit. During this period of time, they would pass on Commander Mingi's orders and command the defense of Yudu City. No matter what happened, Yudu City couldn't fall into chaos, and Yudu Divine Palace had to be strictly guarded. Nothing could go wrong. If anyone left their post or escaped, they would be executed on the spot. There was no tolerance. Most of the god kings and generals had no objections to this. Everyone was willing to hole up in Yudu City and hide in the Netherworld Divine Palace, waiting for Commander Mingi to return. However, among the many god kings, the patriarchs and elders of 4 ancient clans were extremely dissatisfied with this and raised their doubts. Their loyalty to Commander Styx was lower, their own forces were stronger, and their sense of smell was sharper. They had sensed a conspiracy and danger in this incident. They refused to believe the domain masters and the 20 or so god generals and commanders. Regarding this, the territorial leaders could only explain it in front of everyone. Seeing that the patriarchs and elders of the clans didn't listen at all and still didn't believe it, the domain masters asked them to stay and talk in detail after the meeting. Next, the territorial lords and the most powerful divine generals and commanders made some slight adjustments to the military deployment of Nether God Palace. After the meeting was over, the god kings bid farewell and left to carry out their missions. Only the patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans remained in the conference hall, waiting for the territorial leaders to give a reasonable explanation. They insisted that if the territorial leaders couldn't produce sufficient evidence, they wouldn't be convinced and would refuse to listen to their orders. The best way was to find a way to get in touch with the Nether River commander and have him talk to him. The territorial leaders smiled and nodded in agreement, saying that these conditions could be fulfilled. Thus, the patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans remained in the conference hall, waiting for the results. However, something unexpected happened. More than 10 god generals and commanders quietly left the conference hall and activated the defensive formation of the entire Divine Palace. A total of 3 formations were activated at the same time. The outermost formation had a concealment effect, blocking all divine senses. The middle formation had a strong defense, and the innermost formation was a sealing formation that sealed the entire divine palace. This way, the people outside wouldn't be able to know what was happening inside the divine palace. Even if the patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans were killed by the crowd, it wouldn't alarm anyone else. Sensing that the situation wasn't good, the experts of the 4 ancient clans were full of vigilance and immediately jumped up. They took out their divine weapons and looked at the territorial leaders and the god kings warily. They asked loudly, "What are you doing? Are you trying to silence us? I've always thought that you were a little strange. Now, it seems that there is indeed something wrong with you." The patriarchs and elders of the 4 clans were alert. They had long been on guard and were about to draw their swords against each other. However, the territorial leaders didn't panic at all. They smiled and said, "What's the rush? Didn't you want to see Commander Mingi? We'll let you see him immediately." The patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans were stunned and subconsciously looked at the secret door in the corner of the conference hall. At this moment, Ji Tianxing, who was dressed in a white robe and had a dignified expression, walked out of the secret door in the corner. When he appeared, the gazes of the patriarchs and elders of the 4 clans immediately gathered on him. They were dumbfounded at that moment. The conference hall was silent, and the atmosphere was very awkward. Even a fool would know that the white-robed youth wasn't Commander Mingi. However, the 4 patriarchs and elders all felt that the white-robed youth's appearance was very familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before. After a moment of absent-mindedness, they finally remembered. That handsome, dignified, mysterious, and dignified white-robed youth should be the legendary Qin Shin, the super expert whose name shook the world and shook the god world. The peerless genius who claimed that he would unify the god world and fight against the 5 god emperors. At this moment, the 4 patriarchs and elders' legs were about to turn to jelly, and their faces were full of shock. A few elders with weaker self-control couldn't help but exclaim, "Qin Shin! He's Qin Shin!" The shouts of these elders were purely superfluous. The people present weren't stupid. Who didn't know that it was Qin Shin? However, their exclamations made the atmosphere even heavier and more oppressive. When the 4 patriarchs and elders saw Ji Tianxing walk to the throne at the head of the table, they all subconsciously retreated. They were well aware that the entire divine palace was sealed by a great array and that no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't escape from this divine palace. However, their instincts drove them to move away from Ji Tianxing to obtain a faint sense of security. Ji Tianxing sat down on the throne at the head of the table and looked at the 4 patriarchs and elders indifferently. "Since this lord has appeared here, I'm sure you've already guessed what's going on. If you don't want to die, obediently surrender and pledge your loyalty if you know what's good for you." These 2 simple sentences shocked everyone present. The patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans were speechless, and their anger and killing intent dissipated. Chapter 42:56. The patriarchs and elders of the 4 clans were not stupid. They immediately saw through the trick and guessed the truth. Since Commander Styx had disappeared and Qin Shin had appeared in this divine palace, the domain lords and the many divine kings seemed to be very respectful to Qin Shin. They looked submissive and flattering. It was obvious that Qin Shin had indeed infiltrated Yudu City to assassinate Commander Styx. But the outcome was not as the domain lords had said. Commander Styx had been injured and escaped. Instead, he had been killed by Qin Shin. The current situation was obvious. The domain lords and the many divine kings in the main hall had long submitted to Qin Shin. They had become Qin Shin's spies and controlled the Netherworld Divine Palace. Next, the other party would definitely think of a way to control the entire Netherworld Divine Palace and then Yudu City. Facing the mysterious and powerful Qin Shin, the patriarchs and elders of the 4 clans did not have any intention of resisting. Not to mention the fact that Qin Shin had the domain lords and the many divine kings beside him. Even if Qin Shin was alone, they did not have the guts to attack. Even if they had 12 divine kings, they were not confident that they could defeat Kenshin alone. This was the deterrence of a peerless expert. The four patriarchs and elders were silent. They were silently weighing the pros and cons in their hearts. They were not willing to speak. Although they had predicted the outcome and knew that they could not resist today, they had pride and dignity. However, everyone had their own pride and backbone. Due to this problem, they didn't want to appear too weak to avoid being mocked by others. But Ji Tianxing did not have the time to slowly waste time with them. He directly released a violent divine aura that swept towards them. I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you do not surrender, you will be killed without mercy. The four patriarchs and elders were stunned. They immediately showed fear in their eyes. They hurriedly looked at each other and communicated with their eyes. But everyone was in despair and helplessness. No one could think of a way or come up with any ideas that could change the situation. Time passed by breath after breath. Everyone was under immense pressure. They were enduring the torment and the threat of death. Soon, the 10 breaths of time would be up. Finally, one of the patriarchs could not withstand the pressure and took the lead to lower his head to Ji Tianxing. Please calm down, Lord Kenshin. We were only loyal to Commander Styx and the god of the underworld because of the circumstances. Since Commander Mingi had already been executed, Lord Sword God had to take control of Yudu and even the entire Reincarnation Island. It was what everyone wanted. We, the Skyheart tribe, are willing to pledge our loyalty to Lord Kenshin and contribute to Lord Kenshin's great cause of unifying the entire Reincarnation Island. Clan head Tion Xin first explained himself to clear the relationship between the Sky Heart race and Commander Styx. Then, he expressed his respect for Kenshin and flattered him a little. No one knew exactly what he was thinking and what he was thinking, but this process had to be done. Even if he surrendered, at least it would look more dignified. After clan leader Ji Tianxing finished speaking, the other three clan leaders saw that he was the first to surrender and no longer had any reservations. They all expressed their loyalty to Ji Tianxing. Since the four clan leaders were all willing to surrender and pledge their loyalty, this matter was settled. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and threw out a jade scroll. It flew in front of the four clan leaders and made them read the oath of surrender one by one. He knew that the four patriarchs were exceptionally loyal to Commander Styx. Thus, he could not be bothered to probe their sincerity in surrendering, much less entrust them with important tasks. He only forced them to read the oath of surrender and not cause trouble in the future. The four clan leaders did not know what Ji Tianxing was thinking. They still thought that since they had surrendered, they had to show off in front of Kenshin no matter what. Thus, they scrambled to snatch the jade scroll and took the initiative to read the oath of surrender. The domain lords and many divine kings had seen this scene before and could guess what the four clan leaders were thinking. They couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Not long after, the four clan leaders read the oath of surrender one by one. At this moment, their bodies lit up with divine light, and Tao runes appeared above their heads. Above Yudu City, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Feeling the mysterious heavenly might, the four clan leaders kept quiet out of fear, their hearts filled with unease. Now, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to disobey Kenshin's orders. But this matter was not over yet. Ji Tianxing took out a simple oath of surrender and threw it to the 8 clan leaders, asking them to read it in front of everyone. Although the 4 clan leaders could represent their clans, Ji Tianxing was not afraid of them playing tricks. They had not sworn an oath of surrender. However, the 8 elders did not swear an oath to the Tao of Heaven. If they intentionally or unintentionally leaked any information and harmed Ji Tianxing's interests, that would be unforgivable. To prevent such a thing from happening, it was more reliable to make them swear an oath. The 8 clan leaders did not expect Kenshin to target them. While they complained in their hearts, they could only obediently read the oath of surrender. They had no choice. Their clan leaders had already surrendered and pledged their loyalty. They could not possibly resist, right? Not to mention that if they resisted, it would make things difficult for the clan leaders. Just Kenshin's anger alone could easily take their lives. In order to protect themselves, it was better to obediently pledge their loyalty. Anyway, the many god kings in the hall had already sworn their oaths of surrender, so it was not embarrassing. Just like that, after a few minutes, the 8 clan leaders had all surrendered. In the sky above Yudu City, the dull sound of thunder rang out again. The tens of thousands of guards in the city, as well as the millions of citizens, were all shocked by the mighty heavenly might and the rumbling thunder. The citizens were all anxious and secretly discussed why such a phenomenon of heaven and earth had appeared again. Such a phenomenon appeared last night, and it was said that Kenshin had come to assassinate Commander Styx. Why did it appear again today? Could it be that Kenshin was still in Yudu City? Was he still fighting with Commander Styx? That was impossible. If that was the case, Yudu City would not be so peaceful. It would have been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle between the two experts. Therefore, some citizens guessed that Kenshin was the favored child of the heavens, the embodiment of justice, representing the heavenly Tao to protect the order of the god world. This should be the tyranny of Commander Styx and the god of the underworld, which angered the heavens, so such a lightning punishment was sent down, right? The citizens discussed fervently, and there were all kinds of strange theories. Fortunately, there were many experts and guards in the city, so the city could still maintain its peace and did not become chaotic. Not long after, the patriarchs and elders of the 4 clans left the discussion hall with normal expressions. The 3 god formations of the god palace were also closed, and everything returned to normal. Some of the guards and soldiers outside, even if they had some doubts, did not dare to casually discuss or ask. Even if there were some generals who asked the 4 clan leaders what had happened previously. The 4 clan leaders and the 8 clan leaders also said that they had received a message from Commander Styx in the hall, and they had to keep it a secret before activating the defensive formation. This explanation was still reasonable, and it deceived all the guards and soldiers. The 4 clan leaders and the clan leaders under them returned to their respective posts and continued to carry out their missions like before, without any abnormalities. In the evening, more than 10 God King experts were ordered to rush to the meeting hall to accept a mission. Clearly, Ji Tianxing had started to nibble away at the 200 God Kings in the Netherworld God Palace. Bookhouse Reading Website. Chapter 4257. The 4 clan leaders and 8 elders of the first batch did not show any abnormalities. The 20,000 soldiers and God Kings of the Netherworld God Palace naturally did not notice anything, let alone expect Kenshin to be there. Therefore, the 18 God Kings of the second batch received a secret order from the territorial lords and knew that there was a top-secret mission for them. They entered the meeting hall without any precaution. What happened next was similar to what happened before. The triple divine formation was activated again and enveloped the entire divine palace, isolating it from the outside world's divine consciousness. No one knew what happened in the divine palace. Only the territorial lords and a dozen god kings stayed in the main hall to witness the entire process. The divine palace's defensive formation was only deactivated after about an hour. 16 god kings left the main hall one after another and returned to their posts with calm expressions. There did not seem to be anything out of the ordinary. The soldiers outside the divine palace did not know what they had experienced at all. They did not know why only 16 of them came out of the 18 who went in. Even the soldiers and god kings who were familiar with them could not get any answers when they asked the 16 people. They all used the reason of confidentiality and refused to reveal any information. Just like that, the second batch of god kings was forced to submit and swear allegiance to Ji Tianxing. The 2 stubborn god kings, who would rather die than submit, died just as they wished and joined Commander Styx in death. As time passed, in the next 2 days, the territorial lords summoned the remaining 170 god kings 10 times. Every time a god king was summoned and entered the divine palace, the triple divine formation would be activated. Most of the 10 batches of god kings left unscathed. Only a handful of god kings disappeared mysteriously and never appeared again. The god kings who left unscathed did what they were supposed to do, as usual. There was nothing out of the ordinary. However, they did not talk about the details of the top-secret mission. After the same thing happened several times, the soldiers stationed in the Netherworld God Palace sensed that the atmosphere was strange. Something was not right. However, the 20,000 soldiers were suspicious and discussed in private, but they could not say anything. They plucked up their courage and tried their best to beat around the bush with the many god kings, but they could not get a direct answer. As a result, the 20,000 soldiers were once again filled with anxiety and anxiety. It seemed that the Netherworld Divine Palace was starting to become restless. The 20,000 soldiers might mutiny and defect. At this time, the experts led by several domain lords issued an edict in the name of Commander Mingy. They gathered 20,000 soldiers and announced a major event. In order to ensure that this top-secret information would not be leaked, they had to activate the defensive formation of the Netherworld Divine Palace. In addition, the 20,000 soldiers had to temporarily leave the sentry post and gather at the square. This strange order came at the right time. At the very least, the 20,000 soldiers knew that the questions in their hearts would soon be answered. Therefore, the soldiers left their posts and rushed to the square in the middle of the Divine Palace. The square, with a radius of 10,000 feet, was large enough to accommodate 20,000 soldiers. They lined up in the square according to different forces and formations. Close to 100 divine king powerhouses surrounded the plaza, waiting patiently. There were also dozens of god kings who went to activate the defensive array of the Netherworld Divine Palace. Swoosh! Swish! Not long after, divine lights soared into the sky from all directions, forming a huge screen of light. Soon, all the formations within a radius of 15 miles were activated, forming a semicircular blood-colored screen of light that sealed the entire Netherworld Divine Palace. The blood-colored screen of light blocked out divine consciousness. Everything that happened in the Divine Palace could not be detected by the outside world. Seeing this, the 20,000 soldiers on the square immediately panicked and worried. Many of them had a bad premonition. Fortunately, the domain lords led many divine generals and commanders to appear above the square in time, attracting everyone's attention. These domain masters, divine generals, and commanders were the strongest, most powerful experts under Commander Mingy's command. In other words, they were also the core leaders of Udu City and the tens of thousands of soldiers. Since they had appeared, the 20,000 soldiers waited patiently to see what they were going to announce and how they were going to explain it. However, what happened next left the 20,000 soldiers dumbfounded. The domain lords looked at the 20,000 soldiers with faint smiles on their faces. Someone directly announced a piece of news. 2 days ago, the famous Lord Kenshin did indeed sneak into Udu City to assassinate Commander Mingy. Commander Mingy had expected this day to come, so he was not in the Netherworld Divine Palace. He led many guards and powerhouses to hide in a house in the southern part of the city. He originally wanted to escape from Udu City in the chaos when Kenshin attacked the Netherworld Divine Palace, abandoning all his soldiers. Unfortunately, the wise and mighty Lord Kenshin still found him and killed him easily with lightning speed. Upon hearing this shocking news, the 20,000 soldiers were dumbfounded and petrified on the spot. Such an earth-shattering change caused everyone to be extremely shocked, and their minds went blank. After a long while, the 20,000 soldiers came back to their senses and immediately burst into chaotic cries and shouts. Only then did they understand that the domain lords and godly king powerhouses had been acting for the past 2 days. It turned out that the rumors of Commander Mingy escaping from Kenshin's pursuit were all fake. There was also a portion of soldiers who did not believe this sensational news. They firmly believed that Commander Mingy would not be killed so easily. However, the 100-odd godly king powerhouses around the square all remained silent with indifferent expressions. It was obvious that they had known about this news long ago and had accepted this result. At this moment, the Grand Commander of the Forbidden Army stood up and said to the soldiers, "Everyone, there is no need to doubt. Commander Mingy has indeed fallen. Lord Kenshin also did not leave Udu City and has always been in the Netherworld Divine Palace. In these 2 days, Lord Kenshin summoned all the godly king powerhouses in batches and told everyone this result. We have all been influenced by Lord Kenshin's righteousness and dignity and have all turned over to the light, swearing loyalty to Lord Kenshin. Even if there were a few stubborn ones, they have already been punished by the heavens and turned into ashes. The vice commander of the Forbidden Army also took 2 steps forward and added, "Previously, weren't you all puzzled as to why there was always lightning in the sky above Yuta City? To tell everyone the truth, that is because we swore an oath to the heavenly Tao and caused this phenomenon." Finally, a highly respected domain lord said to the soldiers, "The general trend cannot be defied, and the will of the heavens cannot be defied. Lord Kenshin is the embodiment of justice, the messenger of the heavens, and has come to save Reincarnation Island. You all only have 2 choices now. Either admit defeat and sincerely repent, or be punished by the heavens and die." Chapter 4258. Previously, when Ji Tianxing forced the various territorial lords and divine kings to surrender, he also said the same thing, appearing particularly domineering, overbearing, and majestic. At this moment, when that old, grizzled territorial lord said these words, although it was a little like a fox exploiting the tiger's might, it also felt very comfortable and was exceptionally proud in his heart. Under the suppression of the powerful aura, the 20,000 soldiers were in an uproar, all panicked and uneasy, at a loss on what to do. The surrounding 100 over-divine king powerhouses were all their immediate superiors, or clan heads, commanders, generals, and so on. Even their leader swore an oath of surrender to Kenshin. Did they, these divine lord realm small fries, still have the qualifications to resist? The outcome was, of course, without suspense. Many of the soldiers were already mentally prepared to surrender in their hearts. Firstly, their strength was meager and could not resist on the spot. Otherwise, it would be a dead end. Without needing Kenshin to make a move, just based on the 100 over-divine king powerhouses in the field, they could kill all 20,000 soldiers. Secondly, their leader already surrendered to Kenshin and pledged loyalty. They cannot betray their own forces. The various divine kings did not feel ashamed. These divine lord realm small fries, naturally did not care about any face even more. Hence, after the 20,000 soldiers were in chaos and clamor for a while, they all reached a consensus to admit defeat and surrender. It was also at this time that Ji Tianxing finally appeared. He walked out of the divine palace and crossed a distance of 10,000 feet in 4 steps, arriving right above the square, overlooking everyone present. Even though he did not open his mouth to speak, nor did he release a powerful pressure, but his entire body carried an aura that suppressed heaven and earth, an unparalleled, sacred, domineering aura, immediately making the entire square quiet down. With those few territorial lords in the lead, 190 divine king powerhouses all bowed and saluted Ji Tianxing in unison. The 20,000 soldiers were stunned on the spot, all awed by Ji Tianxing's aura. Each and every one of them revealed reverence and fear, not daring to make sound. Seeing this scene, the few territorial lords hurriedly berated those soldiers. "Are all of you dumb? Seeing Lord Kenshin arrive, still not quickly saluting? What are you all in a daze for? Quickly salute and pay respects to Lord Kenshin." After being reprimanded by the domain lords, the soldiers came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed. However, 20,000 people were too many, and there was no tacit understanding between them. The scene was very chaotic and noisy. The region masters, god kings, and generals all blushed at this unsightly sight. They were so ashamed that they wanted to crawl into a hole. These were the elite soldiers under their command. For them to perform in such an unsightly manner was a disgrace to them. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing did not mind this. He calmly waved his hand and shot out a white light, which condensed into a huge white light screen in the sky. A large number of golden words appeared on the white light screen, showing a simplified version of the surrender oath of about 300 words. There was no need for Ji Tianxing to explain anything. Everyone understood that the 20,000 soldiers had to swear this oath to the heavenly Tao before they could be considered to have surrendered and pledged their loyalty. A familiar scene appeared once again. The 20,000 soldiers carefully read the oath of the heavenly Tao on the light screen. The more they read, the paler their faces became, and the more frightened they became. The oath's content was harsh and complicated. It was truly unprecedented and made one's scalp tingle. In the past, many soldiers had heard that when Qin Shin ruled the boundless heaven continent, he made a terrifying oath of the heavenly Tao. The content was very frightening. Everyone thought that it was just forcing the enemy to swear an oath of surrender. It was nothing more than using their lives as a threat. What was there to be afraid of? But now, everyone saw the content of the oath with their own eyes. Only then did they know that the frightening thing was not the consequences of violating the oath. Instead, this oath of the heavenly Tao was very detailed. It took into account all the possibilities that the swearer could harm Qin Shin's interests and threaten Qin Shin's safety. In other words, as long as they made this oath of the heavenly Tao, even if the soldiers did not mean what they said and secretly talked about Qin Shin, it was not allowed. Even if they had disrespectful or hateful thoughts toward Qin Shin, directly or indirectly harmed Qin Shin's interests, or passively treated Qin Shin's orders, they would be punished by the heavens. But anyone who made the oath of the heavenly Tao must be loyal to Qin Shin wholeheartedly. Otherwise, they would be reduced to ashes. The 20,000 soldiers suddenly understood. No wonder those 190 divine kings, their leaders, were also obedient and were very respectful toward Qin Shin. It turned out that it was all the effect of the oath of the heavenly Tao. The plaza experienced a brief silence. Some soldiers with stronger mental fortitude began to recite the oath of surrender. The other soldiers came back to their senses. They were afraid that they would show too much hesitation and resistance and be killed on the spot as a warning to others. Therefore, they did not hesitate anymore and hurriedly recited the oath loudly. The plaza immediately became lively, clamorous, and a boiling cauldron of voices. The order in which the 20,000 soldiers recited the oath was different. Their voices were either loud or soft and were not uniform. Just by listening to the voices, it was very hard to distinguish who recited the oath and who muddled through. But one thing was very obvious. They could clearly distinguish who was reciting the oath of the heavenly Tao. That was, when the oath of the heavenly Tao was recited halfway, divine light would light up all over the person reciting it. Tao rhymes would appear above their heads. This was the most obvious mark. There was no need for Ji Tianxing to supervise and check. The 190 divine king experts consciously carried out their duty of supervision. Even though 99% of the soldiers were very honest, there were still a dozen or so soldiers who played tricks. They pretended to be reciting the oath, but in reality, they were spouting nonsense. A few divine king experts pulled those people out and killed them on the spot. Their methods were even more ruthless than Ji Tianxing's. This action indeed intimidated all the soldiers, causing them to be filled with fear. No one dared to play tricks anymore. Even those who spoke slowly were so frightened that they hurriedly sped up and finished reciting the oath of surrender as soon as possible. Even so, it took a full 15 minutes for the 20,000 soldiers to recite the oath of surrender one after another. Everyone was enveloped by divine light, and a wisp of faintly discernible Tao rhymes appeared above their heads. In the sky above Yudu City, thunderbolts that covered the sky and earth appeared again. They flashed and boomed continuously. Yudu City, which was almost drowned by the lightning in the sky, fell into panic once again. The million citizens were on tenterhooks as they discussed quietly. The 30,000 soldiers guarding the city still didn't know what was going on. They were also very flustered and worried, and they all sent messages to the god generals to report. Those soldiers guarding the city would never have thought that their generals had long pledged their loyalty to the Qin Shin. Hence, the reply that the 30,000 soldiers received was also very easy to guess. Naturally, it was for them to remain calm and not panic. When the soldiers guarding the city received the reply, they were still skeptical. However, there was nothing they could do. They could only stick to their posts. Not long later, the 20,000 soldiers of the Netherworld Divine Palace had all surrendered. The entire Netherworld Divine Palace had completely fallen into Ji Tianxing's control. He also appeared openly and didn't need to hide anymore. At this point, the plan to swallow the whale was more than half completed. As long as he subdued the 30,000 soldiers guarding the city, it would be over. Chapter 42:59. Not only did Ji Tianxing control the Netherworld God Palace, but he also subdued 20,000 soldiers. The 18 domain lords, the patriarchs and elders of the 4 ancient clans, the commanders of the Imperial Guards, and the inspector of the city guards were all under his command. In this way, all of the mainstays under Commander Mingy's command were taken care of in one fell swoop. Just as the Netherworld God Palace regained its peace, Ji Tianxing received a message from clan head Song He. As it turned out, the 7,500 soldiers led by clan head Song He had finally arrived outside Yudu City and met up with the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan. Since the 5 clans under the Rebel Alliance were all here, Ji Tianxing didn't waste any more time and prepared to completely occupy Yudu City. He first sent 6 region lords and 30 God King experts to take over the east, west, and north city gates of Yudu City. Within 2 hours, the 36 experts completed their missions. In this way, the 4 city gates of Yudu City were all under Ji Tianxing's control. He then sent a message to the 5 clan heads of Song He, Hidden Dragon clan, and Kuei clan. He ordered them to split into 2 groups and enter the south and east city gates respectively. In any case, the people guarding the city gates were their own people, so the disciples of the 5 clans could enter directly. After entering Yudu City, they only had one goal, and that was to control the soldiers guarding the 2 city gates as soon as possible. After the 5 clan heads received the order, they immediately started their preparations. Ji Tianxing also sent out the commander of the royal guards and a god general to lead over a dozen god kings and close to 10,000 soldiers to the north and west city gates respectively. Their mission was to control the soldiers guarding the 2 city gates. Other than that, Ji Tianxing also asked the city guard's governor to lead over 3,000 soldiers to control the city protection formation. Ji Tianxing only had one request for the various armies, and that was to control the 30,000 soldiers guarding the city. None of them could escape. The various god kings and soldiers received the order and immediately took action. Next, an inconceivable scene appeared in the seemingly calm Yudu City. At the southern and eastern city gates, the armies of the Sword God Subjugation Alliance were marching toward the 2 gates in a majestic manner. The soldiers guarding the city gates didn't stop or kill them. Instead, they quickly opened the city gates and welcomed the 2 armies into the city. This scene dumbfounded the guards near the 2 city gates. This was especially true for the soldiers stationed on the city walls and patrolling in the sky. They were so shocked that they almost fell to the ground. However, an even more preposterous scene occurred. After the 2 armies of the Rebel Alliance entered the city, the God King experts and soldiers guarding the city gates actually joined forces with the enemy and captured the soldiers guarding the city gates. The soldiers guarding the city couldn't react, and they couldn't accept this fact. They couldn't believe that their generals and brothers were actually allied with the enemy. What's wrong with this world? Isn't this too ridiculous? There was no need to doubt the outcome. Those soldiers guarding the city who were in a daze were captured and obediently surrendered. What was even more hilarious was that the God King experts guarding the city gates didn't even need to do anything. They just needed to give an order, and those soldiers guarding the city gates surrendered. Of course, there were also a small number of soldiers guarding the city who were very unyielding or very loyal to Commander Mingy. When they sensed that the Yudu city had changed hands, they would rather die than submit. They even wanted to self-destruct and perish together with the traitors. This was all within the expectations of the God King experts. They promptly took action and used their lightning-fast methods to extinguish the flames of self-destruction. They didn't cause any damage. The same scene was playing out at the west and north city gates of the Yudu city. When the soldiers guarding the city saw the Forbidden Army commander and the city guard army supervisor bringing thousands of soldiers to the vicinity of the city gates. They were very surprised and curious. Of course, they could recognize that the thousands of soldiers were the elite soldiers guarding the Netherworld God Palace. Most of them were Forbidden Army soldiers. In other words, those soldiers were even more elite than the soldiers guarding the city. Their statuses were also slightly higher. It was really strange. What were the Forbidden Army soldiers doing at the city gates instead of guarding the Netherworld God Palace? After that, the Forbidden Army commander and the city guard army supervisor ordered the soldiers guarding the city to surrender. This baffling order caused the soldiers guarding the city to be at a loss. They couldn't make heads or tails of it. However, many of the soldiers guarding the city instinctively put away their weapons and assumed a posture of surrender. As for those soldiers guarding the city who had yet to react, they were still whispering to each other or asking each other what was going on. The Forbidden Army commander and the city guard army supervisor didn't waste any time. They immediately ordered the elite soldiers under their command to surround the soldiers guarding the city and capture them on the spot. A small number of soldiers guarding the city realized that the situation wasn't good and hurriedly turned to flee. However, the Great City Protecting Formation had always been activated. Moreover, it was controlled by someone to seal off the Yudu city, making it impossible to enter or leave. Those God Lord Realm soldiers guarding the city naturally couldn't break through the Great City Protecting Formation. They were quickly captured. What happened next was logical. When the conditions were right, success was achieved naturally. The various armies used the 4 city gates as the center and started to search the center of Yudu city. They captured all the soldiers guarding the city and patrolling guards along the way. 4 hours later, the various armies brought close to 30,000 captives and gathered at the plaza in the center of the city. That plaza, with a radius of 30,000 feet, was enough to accommodate over 100,000 people. At this moment, the 20,000 soldiers under Ji Tianxing's command escorted close to 30,000 soldiers guarding the city. They didn't feel crowded when they gathered at the plaza. Even though the soldiers guarding the city felt wronged and puzzled, they didn't dare to make a ruckus under the heavy atmosphere. They could only discuss in secret and ask what was going on. In addition, there were also 3,000 soldiers searching for the soldiers guarding the city and patrolling guards in Yudu city. After all, there were only 29,200 people that were captured on the plaza. There were still over 700 soldiers that weren't captured. The commoners of Yudu city also discovered the drastic change in the city. They were filled with doubts and couldn't make heads or tails of it. In their eyes, the 5 families of the Rebel Alliance had killed their way into Yudu city, which meant that the Kenshin had also come. It should have been a chaotic situation. In the end, not only did the soldiers guarding Yudu city not deal with the Rebel Alliance's army, they even joined forces with the Rebel Alliance to capture the soldiers guarding the city, helping the enemy to capture their own people. What was this called? The commoners of Yudu city were still slightly different from the commoners of Reincarnation Island. The commoners that lived in this city were all either rich or noble. The soldiers under Commander Mingi and Marshal Blood Prison had many descendants and branches over the past 1,000 years. There were also many relatives and so on. In short, the commoners of this city were even more loyal to Commander Mingi and the god of the underworld. They weren't like the commoners of Reincarnation Island who welcomed the Kenshin to save Reincarnation Island. On the contrary, they would rather the Kenshin be defeated in Yudu city and Reincarnation Island maintain the status quo. Book Guest Residence Reading Website. Chapter 4260. Of course, no matter how much the citizens of Yudu city didn't welcome the Kenshin, they didn't have the guts to unite and resist. They could only watch in the dark and observe the changes. After all, many of the citizens were nobles and had heard some news from various sources. Although they didn't know the truth, they could guess that Commander Styx had died long ago with their sharp senses. Since the Kenshin had already taken control of the situation, it was only a matter of time before they took over Yudu city and Reincarnation Island. They were powerless to change the outcome, so they could only accept it silently. Unknowingly, another 4 hours passed. The 3,000 elite soldiers searched around Yudu city twice and finally captured the remaining 700-plus soldiers and patrolling guards. When these soldiers were brought to the plaza in the city, the 30,000 soldiers were finally gathered. The more than 20,000 captives who had been waiting in the square had long been exhausted and tortured. Waiting in the unknown was the scariest, especially when they didn't know what their fate would be. At first, they were uneasy, but as they let their imaginations run wild, they were filled with fear. Now that the 30,000 soldiers were gathered, they guessed that the time to decide their fate had arrived, right? As expected, the Imperial Army commander, vice commander, and city guard inspector began to speak. It was still the same speech as before, telling the soldiers that Commander Styx had already been killed by the Kenshin. Now, the 20,000 elite soldiers and close to 200 God King experts had already surrendered to the Kenshin. These 30,000 soldiers had to surrender to the Kenshin and swear their loyalty. Otherwise, they would be executed on the spot. Not to mention that the threat of death made the soldiers fearful and choose to surrender without hesitation. Their immediate superior, the numerous generals and city guard supervisor, had already surrendered to the Kenshin. What reason did they have to defend Yudu City? Commander Styx had already died, and their generals had also betrayed and surrendered. What loyalty did they have to talk about? The outcome was destined. The 30,000 soldiers didn't hesitate and immediately expressed their willingness to surrender. Therefore, Ji Tianqing appeared at the most appropriate time. With a dignified expression, he stepped across the sky and arrived above the plaza in the middle of the city. The 30,000 soldiers guarding the city had never seen Kenshin's true appearance, but they were well aware of Kenshin's powerful means. They were all fearful and uneasy. Ji Tianqing didn't waste time talking nonsense with the city guards. He waved his hand and projected a light screen, displaying a simplified version of the Pledge of Surrender. Under the orders and urging of the Imperial Army commander and the city guard supervisor, the 30,000 soldiers could only brace themselves and recite the terrifying oath to the heavenly Tao. Not long after, five-color divine light resounded in the square, and a large amount of Taoist rhymes appeared. The sky above Yudu City was once again covered by boundless lightning, and the world-shaking roars of thunder rang out incessantly. Such a terrifying apparition of heaven and earth caused the entire Yudu City to tremble nonstop. These 30,000 soldiers were exceptionally obedient. After all, they were being watched by over 100 God Kings and surrounded by an army of over 20,000. No one dared to play any tricks. After a long while, the heaven and earth anomaly caused by the oath of the 30,000 soldiers finally ended. Yudu City gradually calmed down. At this point, Ji Tianqing's plan was 80% complete, and Yudu City was completely under his control. The 50,000 soldiers that originally belonged to Mingyi and the 12,000 people from the five families had all become his soldiers. These 60,000 soldiers were the strongest force on Reincarnation Island, and they were enough to change the situation of the entire Reincarnation Island. After the 30,000 soldiers finished their oath, Ji Tianqing ordered for the defensive formation of Yudu City to be shut down and the 4 city gates to be opened. From this moment onwards, Yudu City was officially unsealed. Over 60,000 soldiers were split into over 30 groups, and they were scattered all over Yudu City. Ji Tianqing brought the 200 God King experts back to Netherworld Divine Palace and held a meeting in the conference hall. Of course, although it was called a meeting, it was actually Ji Tianqing who gave the orders, and the various domain lords, generals, and experts just had to carry it out. This was because Ji Tianqing already had a well-thought-out plan for the follow-up plans. When the various God King experts lined up neatly in the conference hall, the meeting officially began. Ji Tianqing's first order was to announce the news. He wanted everyone on Reincarnation Island to know that Mingyi was dead and that the god of the underworld had no time to care about Reincarnation Island. Now that Kenshin had led his army to conquer Yudu City and subdued all the soldiers and the 18 domain lords, he had complete control of Reincarnation Island. Although the news would soon spread throughout the Reincarnation Island through various channels, the news would soon spread throughout the island. However, such a serious and solemn matter had to be officially announced to show its authority. The second order was to remove the defense of Udu City and return to normal. The 18 domain lords also had to bring their soldiers back to their respective domain lord manors to maintain order in their territories and calm the chaos. After all, in the past half a month, the 18 domains have been in chaos and chaos. The most important thing now was to restore peace to Reincarnation Island. The third order was one of the objectives of Ji Tianxing's attack on Reincarnation Island. This order was also given to the 18 domain lords. After they returned to their respective territories and calmed the chaos, they had to restore the freedom of the people as quickly as possible. The slavery system that had been practiced on Reincarnation Island for thousands of years was officially abolished. Whether it was the god race or the other races, they would regain their freedom from now on. They would no longer be slaves to the god of the underworld. In addition, all the statues of the god of the underworld, Mingi, and the Blood Hell Marshal on Reincarnation Island had to be destroyed as soon as possible. After announcing these three major events, Ji Tianxing issued a series of orders to deal with all the small matters in an orderly manner. This included the 4 ancient clans that had been loyal to Commander Mingi and had only surrendered 2 days ago. They had also received appropriate arrangements. Ji Tianxing didn't punish them, but he didn't reward them either. For the 4 ancient clans, it was already a blessing that they could keep their lives and their eternal legacy. As Ji Tianxing announced the various orders, the domain lords, generals, and god kings that were named bowed and accepted the orders. At this point, the Pine Crane clan, Hidden Dragon clan, Kuei clan, Fong clan, and Quicksand clan all felt somewhat disappointed and regretful. They finally understood that Qin Shin didn't intend to choose a new domain lord. Instead, he would continue to appoint the 18 domain lords. After all, the 18 domain lords had already sworn their loyalty. As long as they didn't want to die, they wouldn't betray Qin Shin. As for the 5 ancient clans, they had risked their lives to fight for the position of domain lord. At this moment, Ji Tianxing announced one last thing. That was, the first 5 ancient clans to join the anti-rebel alliance would be rewarded based on their contributions. He took out the resources and treasures that he had prepared long ago. They were worth nearly 100 trillion gold coins and used them to reward the 5 ancient clans. The people of the 5 ancient clans were instantly stunned by the huge surprise. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. Chapter 4261. The 5 ancient clans were a little disappointed just now. Now that they knew that Ji Tianxing had taken out 100 trillion worth of resources and treasures to reward them, they were extremely excited. Even if it was evenly distributed, each ancient clan would be able to get 20 trillion worth of cultivation resources. This number was already comparable to the value of each ancient clan's treasure vault. With this reward, their assets and wealth would double, and their strength and foundation would be even more abundant. Moreover, after this huge surprise, Ji Tianxing added another reward. That was, he would take out 20 more divine abilities and secret techniques to reward the 5 ancient clans. Hearing this news, the 5 ancient clans were even more excited. They knew that the divine abilities and secret techniques that Qin Shin took out were definitely high-end and precious divine abilities. They either had miraculous effects or were extremely powerful. If an ordinary person could obtain 1 or 2 of them, it would already be a great harvest. If each ancient clan could obtain 20 divine abilities and secret techniques, their power would definitely grow even stronger. In the future, these 5 ancient clans would definitely be the strongest on Reincarnation Island. No one would be able to compete with them. Ji Tianxing took out 10 interspatial rings and gave them to the 5 patriarchs of the ancient clans. Each clan received 2 interspatial rings that contained different amounts of cultivation resources and treasures. There were also jade slips that recorded the 20 divine abilities. Since it was a reward based on merit, the resources and wealth that each clan received were different. The Fong clan and the Quicksand clan received the least rewards. They only received 15 trillion worth of cultivation resources. The clan that received the most rewards was undoubtedly the Pine Crane clan. The cultivation resources they received were worth 30 trillion. As for the Hidden Dragon clan and the Kuei clan, they were in the middle. They received 20 trillion worth of resources. Of course, Ji Tianqing's additional 20 divine abilities and secret techniques were the same for all 5 ancient clans. There was no difference in this. The value of these 20 divine abilities and secret techniques was immeasurable. There was no need to give a corresponding value. The 5 ancient clan leaders received their rewards happily. They bowed again and again to express their gratitude to Ji Tianqing. The other god kings, generals, and domain lords in the hall were filled with envy and jealousy when they saw the 5 ancient clans receive such great rewards. Finally, Ji Tianqing announced the most important task, which could be considered a reward for the 5 ancient clans. That was, the Pine Crane clan would act as the Vice Alliance leader of the Rebel Alliance's Reincarnation Island branch. When he wasn't on Reincarnation Island, he would have full authority to handle all matters on Reincarnation Island. The other 4 ancient clans would form a monitoring group to assist the Pine Crane clan in managing the Reincarnation Island and supervising the Pine Crane clan. This way, when Ji Tianqing wasn't on Reincarnation Island, the 5 ancient clans would be the ones in control. Among the 5 clans, the Pine Crane clan was the most respected. Of course, in order to ensure that the Pine Crane race did not become too powerful, the other 4 ancient clans had the responsibility to supervise them. The domain lords of the 18 domains were also qualified to send jade slips to Ji Tianqing to report matters directly. When Ji Tianqing announced this task, the hall was in an uproar. Countless people cried out in surprise, revealing excited and envious expressions. This was especially so for the people of the 5 ancient clans. Their hearts raced and their blood boiled. Many people were so excited that they danced with joy. Compared to the 100 trillion cultivation resources, this reward was obviously more shocking. It made the 5 ancient clans excited and exhilarated. After a while, everyone gradually calmed down. The patriarchs of the 5 ancient clans hurriedly kowtowed to Ji Tianqing to express their obedience and gratitude. The meeting ended just like that. The god kings, generals, and domain lords all bowed and left the hall. Next, Ji Tianqing oversaw Yudu City and stayed in the Netherworld Divine Palace, waiting for the situation on Reincarnation Island to settle down. As for the generals, domain lords, and god kings, they would return to their respective territories and rush to their respective posts to carry out their missions. Of course, before the 18 domain lords left, they met Ji Tianqing again to ask him how to open the seal formation of the domain lord manor. After all, the domain lord manors of the 18 domains had been cleared out by the Rebel Alliance and sealed with the formation. The domain lords had different thoughts about the seal formation set up by Ji Tianqing. Only a small number of them hoped that Qin Shin could remove the seal formation and allow them to enter and leave freely. However, most of the domain lords did not think so. Instead, they felt that keeping the seal formation would give their domain lord manor an additional layer of protection, and they would feel more at ease. After all, the seal formation set up by Qin Shin was very close to a supreme-grade king-level divine formation. It was stronger than the original defensive formation of the domain lord manor. As long as Qin Shin told them how to open the formation, they could still enter and leave without much impact. After all, they had already made the heavenly oath and pledged their loyalty to Qin Shin. They would not have any other thoughts. The final result was in line with most of the domain lords' expectations. Ji Tianqing did not intend to remove the seal formation of the various domain lord manors. He only told the domain lords how to open the formation. After all, he did not want to waste any more time to remove the formations one by one. When the region masters received the method to activate the Great Formation, they left Yudu with hearts full of joy. They brought the soldiers under their command back to their own territories. One day later, Qin Shin officially announced that he had taken over the entire Reincarnation Island. The news quickly spread throughout the entire Reincarnation Island, and countless forces and empires learned about it. In just a few days, the news spread throughout the Reincarnation Island, and hundreds of millions of people learned about the good news. Instantly, The entire reincarnation island fell into great shock and joy. Although many experts and forces were mentally prepared, they knew that Commander Mingi was defeated and that Kenshin was destined to take over the reincarnation island. However, no one expected that this day would come so quickly. Moreover, the process was very simple, easy, and smooth. There was no large-scale battle that affected the entire reincarnation island. It seemed that the battle was limited to Yudu City and ended quickly. From this, it could be seen that the rebel alliance led by Kenshin would be crushed easily by the soldiers under Commander Mingi's command. No one knew that the two armies did not actually fight at all. Kenshin only assassinated Commander Mingi and then gradually took over Yudu City. The process was easier, smoother, and faster than the people had imagined. However, no matter what, hundreds of millions of people were still jubilant and excited. They discussed this matter excitedly and cheered for Kenshin. After all, after the 18 domain lords returned to their respective territories, they quickly began to implement the new policies. The first order they carried out was to abolish slavery and restore freedom to all the people. This was the magnificent feat that hundreds of millions of people looked forward to the most. Chapter 4262. Day after day passed, and the situation on Reincarnation Island quickly stabilized. Of course, the entire Reincarnation Island was in a state of excitement and celebration. It would probably take a long time for it to calm down. After all, Reincarnation Island had a new master, and Ji Tianxing had issued a series of new policies and orders. The 18 domain lords and many ancient clans, as well as the commanders and leaders of various forces, were ordered to carry out various tasks and carry out reforms. The biggest beneficiaries were naturally the billions of people. They were excited and emotional, and they worshipped Kenshin to the extreme. After the situation stabilized, countless people gathered spontaneously and destroyed the statues of the god of the underworld in various cities. Even the statues of Commander Styx and Martial Blood Prison were destroyed into dregs. Then, the people spontaneously built Kenshin pavilions and erected beautiful and majestic statues of Kenshin for everyone to worship. In the past, the people were oppressed. Many of the people of other races were slaves who had to work all day long to mine and seize cultivation resources. They had no freedom. Every once in a while, they had to worship the statues of the god of the underworld and pray. All of this was forced. Everyone's hearts were filled with disgust and resistance. Therefore, when destroying the statues of the god of the underworld, the people worked harder than anyone else. They built Kenshin pavilions and erected Kenshin statues of their own free will. That came from the bottom of their hearts. They were truly grateful to the Sword God for saving them and giving them freedom and peace. Even if they went to Kenshin pavilions and worshipped Kenshin, it was out of their own free will and sincerity. There was absolutely no coercion. In this way, the billions of people's worship, gratitude, and faith toward Kenshin were the most sincere and strongest. Ji Tianxing had always been overseeing the Netherworld Divine Palace in Yudu and didn't personally check the situation on Reincarnation Island. However, he could sense every day that Kenshin pavilions were built one after another. Countless people worshipped and expressed their respect, worship, and gratitude toward him. It was a very mysterious feeling. The feelings of respect and worship of all living beings gathered into an invisible power of faith. It was transformed by the heavenly Tao and transmitted to Ji Tianxing. Under the support of the power of faith, he did nothing every day and his strength steadily increased. Of course, this wasn't the first time this had happened. Half a year ago, after he saved the Boundless Heaven continent, this situation occurred. In this half a year, even if he wasn't in the continent, he could sense that the people there worshipped his statues every day. His strength was also constantly increasing. There was no limit and there was no bottleneck. This was also the reason why the 5 great god emperors had forced the common people to build divine statues and worship them after they had taken over the god realm. This was because this method of increasing one's strength was indeed much faster and easier than cultivating. A month passed in the blink of an eye. 80 to 90% of the various decrees and policies. The reincarnation islands gradually calmed down. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The reincarnation island, which had not been ravaged by war, looked no different from before. However, there was one difference that was very obvious. The reincarnation island today was full of joy, relaxation, and freedom. Whether it was in the bustling city, the streets, or the countryside, the people were all smiling. They felt happy from the bottom of their hearts. In the past 1,000 years, there were many slaves working in countless mines, herb mountains, beast gardens, and other places where resources were plundered. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Now, all the slaves were gone. They were restored to the status of commoners, gaining freedom and a new life. The places where resources were plundered were controlled by the domain chiefs' manors, the empires, and many forces under their control. They carried out controlled, planned, and arranged mining. Ji Tianxing understood that abolishing slavery and stopping the plundering of cultivation resources couldn't be overdone. Since hundreds of millions of people wanted to cultivate, the mining of cultivation resources still had to be carried out. Otherwise, it would be difficult to maintain the lives and cultivation of hundreds of millions of gods. But they couldn't endlessly, greedily, and crazily plunder cultivation resources like before. That would only make the god realm more and more barren and eventually weaken and destroy. Only by mining cultivation resources properly and in a planned manner could those cultivation resources have enough time to regenerate. If they could control and balance it reasonably, they could go on for a long time and the resources would never dry up. The god realm would also not fall and be destroyed. Of course, there were many similar rules and systems that involved all aspects. There were more than tens of thousands of them. No matter how resourceful Ji Tianxing was, it was difficult for him to take care of all aspects. He could only propose the main ideas and framework, which were supplemented and perfected by the various domain chiefs, ancient clans, and forces and experts under their command. Even if there were any problems, those experts would report to him and propose various solutions for him to decide. In short, the reincarnation island was completely under his control. There were no worries. Thus, it was time for him to leave. Nangong Nihuang, Nangong Ao, Yuchi Pa, Lan Kai, and the others had already rushed to the Netherworld Divine Palace to meet him. During this time, he had thought carefully and decided on his next destination. The reincarnation island was located in the middle of the god realm. Northeast, across the endless sky sea, he would reach the Chinquan continent. Southeast, across the vast sky sea, he would reach the chaotic continent. Southwest of the reincarnation island, across the stormy seas, he would reach the firmament continent. Ji Tianxing believed that the rulers and people of these three continents must have heard the news and knew that he had conquered the boundless heaven continent and the reincarnation island. At this moment, the rulers of the three continents must be anxious and alert. They must be deploying troops and setting up defenses. As for the billions of people, most of them were looking forward to his arrival as soon as possible. Ji Tianxing also planned to end the battle quickly and conquer these three continents as soon as possible to control the entire god realm. After all, the five god emperors could not leave and return to the god realm to deal with him. But the longer he delayed, the more variables there would be. Thus, he had already planned his future course of action in his mind. First, he would conquer the firmament continent to the southwest of the reincarnation island, then conquer the chaotic continent to the southeast, and finally attack the Chinquan continent to the northeast. This route just happened to circle around the god realm, so it would not waste time. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing held a meeting in the Netherworld Divine Palace early in the morning. He gathered the chiefs of the five ancient clans, the commander and deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, the city guard governor of Yuda City, and more than 20 god generals, chiefs, and sect masters. Together with the 18 region masters, these people were Ji Tianxing's subordinates, the highest authority of the reincarnation island. Unfortunately, the 18 region masters were scattered and needed 10 days to reach Yudu, so Ji Tianxing did not gather them. Chapter 4263. After the meeting began, Ji Tianqing announced to the experts that he was leaving Reincarnation Island. Everyone was mentally prepared for this and knew that Kenshin couldn't stay on Reincarnation Island forever. Once the situation on Reincarnation Island was stabilized, Kenshin would definitely head to other continents and continue to save the people until he ruled the entire God realm. But this day had arrived. Everyone felt that it was earlier than expected, and they had mixed feelings about it. When Ji Tianqing was overseeing Yudu City, everyone felt a lot of pressure. They were careful with their words and actions, afraid that they would overstep their boundaries. Now that Ji Tianqing was leaving Reincarnation Island, they naturally felt relieved. But they definitely weren't happy, and they couldn't send Ji Tianqing off. In fact, the experts were still a little reluctant. They hoped that Kenshin could stay for a while longer. That way, they would have more confidence and peace of mind when carrying out various new policies and missions. At the same time, they would have more opportunities to perform and win Kenshin's favor. Everyone knew that the sword god was fair in his rewards and punishments. He was never stingy and could be said to be extremely generous. If they could win Kenshin's favor and obtain some divine abilities and secret techniques, or receive guidance from Kenshin, it would be a great opportunity. Every divine king had the ambition to work hard and become a peak divine king. But their talents weren't outstanding enough. If they couldn't receive guidance from an expert like Kenshin, they wouldn't be able to reach the top in this lifetime. In short, everyone listened to Ji Tianqing's orders and instructions with mixed feelings. Ji Tianqing said to the experts, "From now on, the various affairs of Reincarnation Island would be managed and handled by them. Everyone had to carry out their duties. They couldn't shirk their responsibilities and couldn't form cliques. Many God King experts naturally obeyed respectfully. With the heavenly Tao oath binding them, they didn't dare to disobey. In addition, if they had any matters that they couldn't decide or handle, they could report to the 5 ancient clans for them to discuss and decide. If the Pine Crane clan, Hidden Dragon clan, and the other clans couldn't make up their minds, they could contact him and let him handle it. Such a decision caused the pressure on the numerous experts to lessen, and they heaved a sigh of relief in secret. At the very least, this proved that Kenshin wasn't just going to leave Reincarnation Island to their own devices after conquering it. He would still pay attention to the situation on the Reincarnation Island. If there were any problems, he would find a way to solve them. Instead of handing the authority over to the experts present, he would hold them accountable when problems arose. 2 hours later, the meeting ended. Ji Tianqing prepared to leave Yudu, and numerous strong practitioners of the Divine King realm walked out of the meeting hall to send him off in the plaza outside the hall. At this moment, over a dozen God Kings gathered the courage to report to Ji Tianqing after a brief moment of hesitation. They were willing to leave Samsara Island with Kenshin and conquer the other 3 continents. Although their strength wasn't considered top-notch, they were willing to contribute to Kenshin's hegemony in unifying the God realm. Whether it was serving as the Kenshin's entourage, assassins, or scouts to assassinate targets, or to gather information, they were all capable of it. At the very least, they could charge and break through enemy lines, risking their lives to kill the enemy. Instantly, everyone's gazes gathered on the dozen God Kings. Their expressions and gazes were somewhat complicated. They envied the God King's quick-wittedness, but they also sympathized with them for taking greater risks in order to obtain more benefits and glory. In short, the God Kings who could make such a decision had made a great decision after careful consideration. After all, those Divine King experts were the overlords of the Reincarnation Island. They were important officials under the Sword God and held great power in their hands. However, the situation on the Reincarnation Island had already been decided. Their power and status were far inferior to the 5 ancient clans, the commanders of the Imperial Guards, and the 18 domain lords. They wanted to climb to a higher position and obtain greater strength and power. There wasn't much hope for them to stay on the Reincarnation Island, so they could only follow Kenshin into battle. However, if Kenshin wanted to conquer the other 3 continents, he would have to experience even more slaughter and bloody battles. These God Kings would have to risk their lives. It wasn't easy for them to earn merits and survive. Simply put, these god kings were like Nangong Ao, Yu Chi Pa, Zhang Wudi, and Lan Kai. For various reasons, they wanted to follow Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing didn't reject them. After carefully examining each god king's strength and realm and understanding their personalities and specialties, he made a selection. A total of 16 god kings wanted to follow him, and Ji Tianxing chose 10 of them. The 10 god kings who were chosen were naturally filled with joy and pride, as if they had received a great honor. After all, this was in front of so many god kings. Kenshin choosing them was an acknowledgement of them. As for the 6 god kings who weren't chosen, they were naturally filled with disappointment, like frost-beaten eggplants. They could only stay on the reincarnation island and find other ways to increase their strength and use their merits to obtain greater power and status. 15 minutes later, Ji Tianxing led his 10 followers onto the god-slaying battleship. Under the respectful escort of the god kings, they left Yuta City. Watching the god-slaying battleship disappear into the horizon, the god kings stood there for a long time before leaving. The white dragon was still steering the god-slaying battleship. It soared through the sky, heading straight for the firmament continent in the southwest. Within the battleship, Ji Tianxing's 15 followers were all in their own rooms, cultivating in secret chambers. In order to make it easier for them to complete missions in the future, Ji Tianxing taught the 10 new followers 3 kinds of concealment and assassination divine abilities. The requirements were also very simple. They needed to comprehend and master them within a month. The strength, talent, and comprehension of the 10 followers were similar to Nangong Ao, Yu Chi Pa, and Zhang Wudi. Back then, Nangong Ao, Nangong Ni Huang, and the rest only took 20 days to master them. Ji Tianxing believed that these 10 followers could master them within a month as well. The 10 followers were naturally overwhelmed by the divine abilities and secret techniques that Ji Tianxing gave them. They were overjoyed when they heard that Kenshin required them to master them within a month so that they could use them when they went to the firmament continent. They all felt pressured. Luckily, when Ji Tianxing taught them the divine abilities and secret techniques, he also gave them the relevant cultivation experience and tips. This would allow the 10 followers to comprehend the divine abilities and secret techniques faster and master them faster. Just like that, the god-slaying battleship regained its peace. The 10 followers raced against time and focused on cultivating the divine abilities. Ji Tianxing also entered the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes Pagoda. He returned to the distorted space-time and continued to cultivate in seclusion. Now, his strength had already reached 50 times that of a peak god king. However, he was still improving steadily every day. When he cultivated the Heaven Punishment Divine skill, he constantly perfected the skill and deduced the next level of the skill. For this, he entered Kenshin's tomb again. He went to the wasteland to observe the Heaven Punishment Sword formation and went to the Divine Book Pavilion to read the countless books that he had collected in his previous life. It was worth mentioning that Yun Yao, Ji Ku, Ji Wushuang, Ji Wuhin, and the rest had been cultivating in seclusion under the Bloody Flame Sacred Tree. Their strength had also increased tremendously. Chapter 4264. Not long ago, Yin Yao broke through the 7th level of the Divine King realm and became an upper-level Divine King. Soon after, Jiku also broke through to the 7th level of the Divine King realm and became an upper-level Divine King. In this way, Ji Tianxing's family and friends became even more powerful. In addition to Bai Feng, who was at the 8th level of the Divine King realm, and Yank and Chao Qingyu, who had already broken through to the 7th level of the Divine King realm, there were already 5 upper-level Divine Kings among Ji Tianxing's trusted aides. Even Ji Wuhin, Ji Wushuang, Lin Shui, and Zhen Hong had different levels of strength and realm improvement. Knowing that Ji Tianxing was rushing to the Firmament Continent and would start his operation in a month to conquer the Firmament Continent as soon as possible, everyone volunteered to fight. They had been in seclusion in the distorted space-time for too long and wanted to participate in the battle to train themselves and consolidate their realm. Ji Tianxing agreed and told everyone to cultivate in peace. When the time was right, he would let them fight. At the same time, the news of Kenshin killing Commander Styx, conquering Yudu, and successfully controlling Reincarnation Island had already spread throughout the god world. The rulers and commoners of the boundless heaven continent were overjoyed when they heard the news and cheered for Kenshin. After all, the rulers and commoners of this continent were all Kenshin's people and supported Kenshin from the bottom of their hearts. However, the rulers and commoners of the Firmament Continent, Chinquin Continent, and Chaos Continent had different reactions. For nearly half a year, the rulers of these three continents kept hearing about Kenshin. They all knew that Kenshin wanted to conquer the 5 continents one by one and unify the entire god world. The Boundless Heaven continent was conquered by Kenshin first, followed by Reincarnation Island. Then, it would be one of the 3 continents. No one knew which continent Kenshin's next target would be after conquering Reincarnation Island. Therefore, the rulers of the 3 continents were worried and anxious, like ants on a hot pan. They knew that Kenshin's strength was very close to that of the God Emperor. With their strength, cultivation base, and divine abilities, even if they had 100,000 soldiers under their command, it would still be difficult for them to resist the Kenshin's invasion. Therefore, the first reaction of these people in power was to inform their God Emperor and ask for reinforcements. The true bodies of the 3 God Emperors who ruled the 3 continents had to remain in outer space to continue studying the mystery of the gray fog. They couldn't leave rashly, or else they would suffer great losses. They could only send out their avatars and rush back to the divine world as fast as they could. Of course, those with avatars could do so. For example, the Prajna God Emperor, who controlled the Primal Chaos continent, and the Nine-Yang God Emperor, who controlled the Heaven and Earth continent, had already sent incarnations back to the God realm. For example, the ruler of the Firmament continent, the God Emperor Dao Xingyun, was helpless. His avatar had already been killed by Ji Tianxing in outer space's heavenly policy starfield. Therefore, the rulers of the Firmament continent who stayed behind, Dao Xingyun's trusted aides, couldn't do anything no matter how anxious they were. Dao Xingyun couldn't return to the divine world with his true body to resist Ji Tianxing's invasion. It was impossible for him to refine a new avatar in just 1 or 2 years. Dao Xingyun couldn't help his trusted generals and commanders with their requests for reinforcements. He could only come up with a few plans for his generals and instruct them to resist stubbornly and not surrender easily. Even if both sides knew that their generals and commanders were no match for the Kenshin, they would rather fight to the death and resist with their lives than let Kenshin win too easily. This concerned the reputation of the Star Cloud God Emperor. The rulers of the 3 continents were burning with anxiety. They hurriedly mobilized their troops, tightened their defenses, and set up layers of obstacles, traps, and ambushes. They were only waiting for the Kenshin to invade their territories. Then they would fight back with all their might. However, the people of the 3 continents were full of anticipation day and night. They heard that the people of the Boundless Heaven continent and the Reincarnation Island had already regained their freedom. Not only did they no longer have to be slaves, but they also didn't have to work all day, mine resources, and worship the statue of the God Emperor on time. The people of the 3 continents were envious from the bottom of their hearts. They only hoped that they could regain their freedom as soon as possible. Even though the ordinary people didn't know what to do and didn't have the ability to help the Kenshin. However, they prayed silently in their hearts and prayed to the heavens for the Kenshin to be safe and successful. This was probably also an invisible force. In addition, there was a third group of people between the rulers of the 3 continents and the people of the 3 continents. These people were the top forces of the 3 continents, as well as the God Emperor powerhouses with independent identities. They weren't lackeys under the God Emperor's command. They hadn't been able to obtain greater authority or status, and they weren't as helpless as the common people. They had power, influence, and a certain level of status. Of course, there were also some ancient clans and top forces that weren't willing to swear allegiance to the God Emperor. They had been ostracized for thousands of years. Now that the God realm was in chaos and 2 continents had already been conquered by the Kenshin, they saw the dawn of hope. To them, the arrival of the Kenshin was a huge opportunity. If they could grasp this opportunity, they could very well change history and become important ministers under the Kenshin. They could also become the rulers of their respective continents. If they failed, from the looks of it, the Kenshin came with great momentum. They had the support of the people and were at the peak of their power. There was almost no possibility of defeat. To put it simply, many ancient clans, top forces, and God Emperor powerhouses on the three continents were secretly gathering, communicating, and discussing with the intention of swearing allegiance to the Kenshin. The rulers of the three continents quickly sensed that the wind was blowing in the wrong direction. When they discovered that some forces and experts were secretly colluding with the Kenshin, they were instantly enraged. The rulers didn't have the confidence to fight against the Kenshin. Now that there were forces in their territories that wanted to join the Kenshin, they had to suppress them. If they couldn't suppress them, they could only use thunderous means to destroy them in the bud. Thus, Ji Tianqing had just left Reincarnation Island and hadn't even reached any of the three continents when the three continents were in chaos. The situation on the Firmament continent was the most turbulent. After all, many forces and experts had heard that the Nebula God Emperor's avatar had fought with the Kenshin in the Heavenly Strategy Starfield. In the end, the avatar of the Nebula God Emperor was destroyed by the Kenshin. Now that the Kenshin wanted to invade the Firmament continent, the Nebula God Emperor couldn't help. This also boosted the confidence of the ancient clans and forces, making them even more fearless in collusion. In the midst of the chaos, the rulers of the Firmament continent gathered many God Emperor powerhouses and elite warriors to suppress the clans and forces. In just 1 month, 2 top forces were annihilated and disintegrated under the suppression of tens of thousands of troops. Such methods also intimidated the other clans and forces. They could only lay low and put on a respectful posture, not daring to show the slightest hint of rebellion. Chapter 4265. The chaotic situation in the Firmament Land was soon calmed down. Seeing that all the clans, forces, and King Godrealm masters were very obedient, the rulers were finally relieved. But they were still not completely at ease, so they forced the clans and forces one by one to surrender and pledge loyalty to the Nebula God Emperor. Although they could not make an oath to the Heavenly Way, like Kenshin, and use the supervision of the Heavenly Way to restrain the clans and forces. But they could use more despicable means to threaten and control the clans and forces. Suddenly, the situation and atmosphere of the Firmament Land became extremely oppressive and heavy. It was as if a storm was coming. The ancient clans and forces were not pushovers, so they quickly came up with all kinds of ways to deal with it. Even if all kinds of methods were ineffective, they were still threatened by the rulers. But they still tried their best to stall for time as long as they could. They only hoped that Kenshin would arrive at the Firmament Land as soon as possible, so that they could have a chance to get out of the trouble. In this way, the rulers of the Firmament Land were busy fighting with the clans and forces, so they were inevitably distracted. So when the God-slaying battleship arrived at the Firmament Land, it was not discovered by the rulers. The God-slaying battleship could enter the Firmament Land quietly mainly because the battleship hid its figure and aura. Even if this superb king-level divine battleship flew over a city, the King God Realm Masters guarding the city would not be able to detect its existence. The divine battleship entered a region in the north of the Firmament Land and was flying over the sea of clouds. White Dragon drove the divine battleship while waking Ji Tianqing up. "Master, we have entered the Firmament Land. Do you have any instructions?" He knew that his master already had a specific plan to conquer the Firmament Land. The main idea had been set long ago, but some details needed to be changed. So he did not ask about his master's plan, but directly asked for instructions. After a while, Ji Tianqing appeared in the meeting hall of the battleship and summoned Nangong Ni Huang, Zhang Wudi, and the others, including the 10 chosen followers on Samsara Island. A total of 15 divine kings gathered in the meeting hall, waiting for Ji Tianqing's instructions. In addition, Yin Yao, Ji Ku by phone, Chao Qingyu, and the others also left the distorted space-time and came to the meeting hall to act with everyone. In order to help Ji Tianqing conquer the Firmament continent as soon as possible, they also had to contribute. Just like this, over 20 divine king powerhouses gathered together, but they maintained silence with great tacit understanding. Ji Tianxing first asked the 10 followers from the Reincarnation Island about their cultivation results. The 10 followers were filled with pride and answered that they had already mastered the 3 secret techniques and could use them freely. Ji Tianxing was relieved and said to everyone, "For us, the firmament land is a strange place. It will be difficult to conquer the entire firmament land within a year. The first thing we need to do is to figure out the specific situation of the firmament land and the current situation. Even though we all know that the people of the firmament land will definitely welcome our arrival. But the people can't do anything for us except pray and look forward to it. The most beneficial and most likely to help us are the many antiquity clans and forces in the firmament land. As far as I know, there are 33 antiquity clans in the firmament land, all of which are powerful forces. In addition, there are more than 20 top forces, all of which are very famous sects, alliances, and families. Your next goal is to spread out to different regions of the firmament land and find out 2 things as soon as possible. First, who is the ruler of the firmament land now? How many divine kings and soldiers do you have? You must also get the detailed information of the nearly 100 territorial lords, their territorial lords' mansions, and their detailed information. Second, which clans and forces have long been loyal to the Nebula God Emperor and will not be used by us? Which clans and forces are not used by the Nebula God Emperor? Which clans and forces are neutral? Or are they possibly loyal to me? As long as we can figure out these 2 things, the next step will be very simple. First, we need to conquer and gather those forces that can be used by us and form the Rebel Alliance. Then, we will announce to the firmament land and officially launch the attack. After hearing Ji Tianxing's words, the people immediately had a detailed goal and plan in their minds. They no longer had any doubts and worries. At this time, a follower asked, "Master Kenshin, I have heard that the outer body incarnation of Dao Xingyun, the God Emperor who ruled the firmament land, once fought with you in the Heavenly Policy Starfield and was destroyed by you. Is this true?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "That's right. Dao Xingyun only had one outer body incarnation, and it was destroyed by me long ago. Although it has been a few years, it is impossible for Dao Xingyun to refine a second incarnation in such a short period of time. So, you can focus on carrying out the mission without worrying about Dao Xingyun's incarnation. Of course, when carrying out the mission, you must remember the principle of being bold but careful. With your strength and divine powers, as long as you're not surrounded by many god kings, you should be fine. Even if you're fighting against the region leaders, you may not lose." Among the 15 followers, the weakest one was at the 5th level of the Divine King realm. Most of them were at the upper level of the Divine King realm. The region leaders of the firmament land were basically at the same level of strength. Many of the followers had cultivated the divine powers that Ji Tianxing taught them. As long as they did not act rashly and only spied on the military and information, they would be safe. "Yes, Master." The 15 followers bowed and said yes, indicating that they would complete the mission smoothly. Then, Ji Tianxing assigned them the specific targets of the mission. The targets of the 15 followers were to investigate more than 40 regions in the north of the firmament land. On average, each of them would be responsible for investigating 3 regions. Ji Tianxing gave them a deadline of 3 months. The time was not too long, but it was not too tight either. After the 15 followers received the order, they started to carry out the mission. Of course, the first 2 followers to leave the Deity Slayer battleship were going to investigate a few regions nearby. The other followers would continue to fly south on the Deity Slayer battleship and go deeper into the firmament land. They would only leave the battleship when the Deity Slayer battleship was closest to their targets. After all, the Deity Slayer battleship was much faster than them. After Ji Tianxing assigned the missions to the 15 followers, Yun Yao, Ji Ku, and the others asked what their missions and targets were. Chapter 4266. The realm of Azure Heaven was the center of the Azure Heaven land. That was the core of the entire continent, because the rulers of the entire continent lived in Tiandu. Tiandu sounded like the name of a city. In fact, it was a paradise, an alternate dimension with powerful defenses and excellent resources. The palace of the Nebula God Emperor and his abode were in Heaven Capital. Now that the Nebula God Emperor was not in the Firmament Continent, his right-hand men were left in the Firmament Continent to control the overall situation. They were definitely in the Divine Capital. Ji Tianxing gave easier and safer missions to his followers. He would go to the most dangerous places to find out the most important secrets. The dozen or so followers were well aware of this, and they were grateful for it. They had to admit that Kenshin could conquer all the continents not only because of his strength, but also because of his unique charisma. For example, the 10 God King experts that had just followed him. Just from this small detail, there was an additional sense of respect and gratitude towards Ji Tianxing. As time went by, they would follow Ji Tianxing for a long time. Like Yank, Chao Qingyu, and Bai Feng, they would become Ji Tianxing's most trusted subordinates. At that time, they would respect and admire Ji Tianxing from the bottom of their hearts. They would be closer to Ji Tianxing as friends. Day after day, the god-slaying battleship went deeper into the Azure Heaven land and crossed one region after another. Along the way, 1 or 2 followers would leave every 2 or 3 regions to carry out missions. Half a month later, the god-slaying battleship entered the center of the Azure Heaven land and was not far from the realm of Azure Heaven. At this time, all 15 followers left the battleship. At the same time, the first follower who left the battleship to carry out a mission found out the general situation of a region and reported it to Ji Tianxing. That region was at the northern edge of the Azure Heaven land and close to the boundless sky sea. Probably because it was too remote and Kenshin's first stop on the way to the Azure Heaven land from the Reincarnation Island, the ruler gave it up. The ruler of the region stayed in the domain chief's mansion and blocked it. No one was allowed to go in or out. Only messages from Heaven Capital could be sent to the domain chief's mansion. At the same time, the ruler gathered all the soldiers he could and hid in the domain chief's mansion. The ruler's attitude was that no matter how Kenshin invaded his territory, he just needed to hide in the domain chief's mansion. If Kenshin broke into the domain chief's mansion, he would wait and see what would happen. Anyway, no reinforcements would come to help him, and the rulers of Heaven Capital would not come in person. He was a small ruler with only about 10,000 soldiers, only 2,000 of them. How could he resist Kenshin's army? The person in power had given up on him, and he had also given up on himself. In addition to this news, the follower also sent back another message. He had heard that the current ruler of the Firmament Continent was the famous godly King Tianyu and the 4 battle generals under his command. Celestial King was the cousin of the God Emperor, Dao Xingyun. He was also a peak divine king who broke through 800 years ago. He was cruel, vicious, and good at scheming. He was very strict with his subordinates and had great prestige and deterrence among the people. Celestial King's generals were all experts at the LV9 Divine King realm and ranked among the top 20 experts in the Azure Heaven land. Only the patriarchs and supreme elders of the ancient clans were qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them. The generals had different personalities. Some were brave, some were smart, and some were good at hiding. But the one thing they had in common was that the 4 war commanders were all very talented in commanding troops. They had experienced countless battles and had rarely been defeated. In addition, there should be a large number of Divine King experts hiding in Heaven Capital, such as guardians and elders. The follower said that he only heard the general information and did not know the details. He asked Lord Kenshin to be careful. Ji Tianxing was deeply gratified and satisfied with this result. He sent a message to that follower, expressing his affirmation of the efficiency of his work. Even though he didn't say any words of praise, the follower was still filled with joy and excitement after receiving the message. After all, it was a great honor to be praised by Lord Kenshin. 3 days later, the god-slaying battleship entered the central part of the Azure Heaven land and came to the entrance of Heaven Capital. The entrance of Heaven Capital was located in the vast mountain range with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. It was hidden in the vast sea of clouds. The 200,000 miles around the entrance had long been set up by experts to conceal the original appearance of the place. Even if it was a god-king expert, without someone from Tiandu leading the way, they would lose their way and fall into a trap. Therefore, the vast forests and mountains around Heaven Capital had always been deserted. The god-slaying battleship hovered in the sky above the vast mountain range. It was invisible and was not afraid of being discovered. White Dragon was controlling the god-slaying battleship in the cockpit. Ji Tianxing stood behind him and silently released his divine sense to explore the surrounding 100,000 miles. He was exploring the area shrouded in the sea of clouds with the Confusion Formation. The entrance of Heaven Capital was in the center of the Confusion Formation, the most hidden place. Even with Ji Tianxing's divine sense, he could not see the situation at the entrance in a short time. The god-slaying battleship hovered in this area for a dozen laps. It took 6 hours for Ji Tianxing to break the Confusion Formation and see the situation at the entrance of Heaven Capital. It was a cloud platform with a radius of 100 miles. There were 5,000 elite guards stationed on it. All of them were wearing armor and holding swords. They were on high alert. There were 20 Divine King experts leading the 5,000 guards. Among them, there were 2 high-level Divine Kings. It could be seen that Celestial King attached great importance to the safety of Heaven Capital. He did not hesitate to send a large number of troops to guard here. The formation at the entrance was also closed and would not be opened easily. No one could enter or leave. As a result, Ji Tianxing's dream of turning into dust and attaching himself to some expert to sneak into Tiandu was also destroyed. This Confusion Formation is actually a king-level divine formation. It seems to be the work of Dao Xingyun. It was set up 1,000 years ago. In the future, when the Rebel Alliance's army is established, even if they subdue nearly 100 regions, they will be blocked by the Confusion Formation and will not be able to enter Heaven Capital. Ji Tianxing seemed to be muttering to himself. He frowned and thought of a way to break the formation. White Dragon thought for a moment and asked, "Master, this Confusion Formation must be broken, but we can't touch it now. I'm afraid we will alert the enemy?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and said, "That's right. Master came to Heaven Capital this time to inquire about the situation in Heaven Capital. I want to know what precautions and plans Celestial King has. It will be easier to take action in the future and reduce the casualties of the soldiers. Before subduing 100 regions, Master will not rashly attack Heaven Capital." Chapter 4267. Although Ji Tianxing would not attack Tiandu in the short term, but he had to understand the situation of Tiandu in advance and think of a way to break the maze formation. Only then could he break the formation at any time when he entered Tiandu in the future. In the previous 6 hours, he only understood the structure of the maze formation, saw through all the concealment, and saw the real situation inside the formation. Next, the god-slaying warships circled around the maze formation a few times at a neither fast nor slow speed. Ji Tianxing used another 8 hours to carry out tens of thousands of deductions, calculations, and repeated verifications in his mind before he confirmed 2 ways to break the formation. One was a literary method, the other was a martial method. From the literal meaning, one could understand that the first method was a gentle method to break the formation. The advantage of this method was that the movement was very small, very covert, and would not arouse the vigilance of the guards at the Grotto Heaven entrance. But the disadvantage was that it needed a long time, estimated to be about a day, and it consumed a lot of mind and divine power. The second martial method was to use violence and force to break the maze formation. The disadvantage was that the movement was big and would definitely arouse the attention of the guards at the entrance and then lead to being besieged and blocked. But the advantage was that the speed was faster and the method was simple and crude, estimated to only need 2 hours to break. Of course, the martial method sounded very reckless, but it was not attacking blindly. If it was other people, even if it was a peak divine king, wanting to forcefully break the maze formation was also impossible. Only Ji Tianxing, this formation path grandmaster, after analyzing the structure of the maze formation, could find the relatively weak and very crucial 2 nodes from the 200 million nodes of the formation. And only by attacking those 2 nodes of the formation could the formation be broken in the shortest time. After thinking of a way to break the formation, Ji Tianxing let Bai Long drive the warship and leave this area. Bai Long was somewhat eager to try, seemingly a little unwilling, and asked, "Master, haven't you already found the way to break the formation? Are we leaving like this? Don't you plan to sneak into Tiandu and see the situation and military strength inside?" Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said, "If I want to sneak into Tiandu, I need to spend 1 or 2 days to break the maze formation and get close to the entrance of the Grotto Heaven without alerting the guards. But the defensive formation at the entrance is closed. Needless to say, it must be the supreme grade divine formation personally set up by Dao Xingyun. Under the eyes of 5,000 guards, I need to break that formation without anyone knowing and enter Tiandu. The difficulty is too great, and the risk is too great. Now our whereabouts is still confidential. Celestial King does not know that we have come. If my whereabouts are exposed, I will immediately engage in a decisive battle with Emperor God King and his elite soldiers." Bai Long was suddenly at a loss for words. He smiled awkwardly and said, "That's impossible, and there's no need to take such a big risk just to get information." "Well, where are we going next?" Ji Tianxing said indifferently. "We can't enter Tiandu at the moment, so we can only start from the surrounding regions to get more information. Especially those region leaders and the leaders of the ancient clans and top forces, they must know something about Tiandu." White Dragon suddenly understood and immediately guessed that his master was going to ask those region leaders and experts for information. If possible, his master would most likely subdue those experts and secretly take them under his command. When the news that Kenshin had arrived in the firmament land spread, his master would have gathered many forces and experts under his command. Just thinking about it, White Dragon felt that this plan was very reliable and gave him a sense of accomplishment. He could also imagine the expressions of Celestial King and the 4 generals when they learned the news and the truth. After leaving the vast mountains, the first target of the god-slaying battleship was the domain leader's mansion in the firmament land. Although Tiandu was in the center of the firmament land and was the power core of the whole firmament land, but there was still a domain leader and the domain leader's mansion in the firmament land. The domain leader of the firmament land was like the imperial city governor of the secular imperial city with a very special status. Although he was only a domain leader in name, he was the noblest and most powerful one among all the domain leaders. At the same time, this domain leader was also one of the disciples of the star god emperor and a frequent visitor to Tiandu. Among the 100 domain leaders, he was the one who was closest to the Celestial King and the 4 generals and knew the situation of Tiandu the best. Ji Tianxing thought that if he could find the domain leader of the firmament land, he must subdue him with the oath of the heavenly way. Not only could he learn about the situation in Heaven Capital from the ruler of Firmament Domain, but he could also use the ruler of Firmament as a spy to monitor the movements of Emperor God King and the 4 great commanders. However, the dream was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. One day later, when Ji Tianxing tried his best to sneak into the domain leader's mansion, he found nothing. The domain leader's mansion was also in a resource-rich alternate space. It was heavily guarded and the entrance was closed. Ji Tianxing finally cracked the formation at the entrance and sneaked into the domain leader's mansion without alerting anyone. However, he didn't find the domain leader after 2 rounds of searching. There were only 2,000 elite guards and thousands of family members, servants, and handymen in the domain leader's mansion. Among them, the strongest and most powerful ones were the 2 guard commanders and the wife of the domain master of Firmament Realm. Not to mention the domain leader, even the deputy domain leader was missing. Ji Tianxing was a little disappointed. He didn't need to investigate to know that the domain leader and the deputy domain leader were most likely hiding in Tiandu with a large number of elite soldiers. They were on a mission ordered by the Celestial King. If it was the latter, he could find another chance to capture the domain leader. If it was the former, he had to give up the plan temporarily. Later, Ji Tianxing secretly captured a guard captain in the domain leader's mansion. There was a reason why he chose this person as his target. The guard captain had been patrolling for a month and was very tired. He and another guard captain took turns to be on duty. After the handover, he returned to his residence and prepared to recuperate for a period of time. In this way, the guard captain knew what had happened in the past month and disappeared for a month without being noticed. Ji Tianxing didn't even interrogate him after he captured him. He directly killed him, refined his godhead, and plundered his divine soul memory. Through his divine soul memory, he knew the whereabouts of the domain leader and the deputy domain leader. It turned out that the Celestial King had summoned all the domain leaders and elite soldiers to Tiandu more than 20 days ago. The domain leader was the first to be summoned because of his special identity. The top. Chapter 4268. The guard captain's status was low, so he didn't know much, especially the secret information that Ji Tianxing wanted to know. For example, which territory lords had the Celestial King summoned? What was the situation in Heaven Capital? How many soldiers and god kings were there? The guard captain knew nothing about this. Although Ji Tianxing felt a little regretful, he didn't care since he got the information he wanted the most. Since he couldn't do anything in the realm of Green Heaven, he could only choose to leave and go to other territories to find opportunities. The god-slaying battleship came and left quietly, rushing to the next territory. After leaving the realm of Green Heaven, Ji Tianxing assigned tasks to everyone. Yin Yao and Ji Wuhan worked together to investigate the situation in several territories. Ji Ku and Ji Wushuang worked together to investigate the other 4 territories. Chao Qingyu and Lan worked together to investigate a territory. Yin Ku and Bai Feng were stronger, so they acted alone and were in charge of investigating the 3 regions. Lin Shui, Zhen Hong, Blood Illusion God King, Gold Left Emissary, and Blood Dragon Right Emissary were weaker. They were all lower god kings, but they insisted on participating. Therefore, Ji Tianxing let the 5 of them work together to investigate a few territories. They could take care of each other. As for Ji Tianxing, he would take White Dragon to the south of the realm of Green Heaven to investigate more territories. If there were any unexpected situations, he would rush there as fast as he could. As a result, all of Ji Tianxing's followers, relatives, and friends went to carry out their missions. They would investigate more than 70 territories. They believed that they would be able to collect comprehensive information. As for the remaining 20 territories, Ji Tianxing would investigate some of them. Even if there were some territories that they didn't have time to investigate, it didn't matter. If they could figure out the situation in more than 70 territories, they could basically represent the entire realm of Green Heaven. 8 days later, the god-slaying battleship arrived at the south of the realm of Green Heaven. At this time, Yin Yao, Ji Ku, Chao Qingyu, Lin Shui, and the others left the battleship one after another and headed to the designated area to gather information. Only Ji Tianxing and White Dragon were left in the battleship. They arrived at a new area and began to gather information. In the past few days, the followers who had been inquiring about the situation in the northern part of the firmament continent had also sent messages to Ji Tianxing, reporting the situation in various regions. What was interesting was that a portion of the regions at the edge of the continent did not lead their elite soldiers to gather at Tiandu. They chose to stay behind and guard the domain chief's manor. They closed the entrance of the domain chief's manor and resigned themselves to fate. And the further south they went, the more domain lords brought their elites and rushed to Tiandu to gather. All in all, it was the order of the Celestial King that there were more domain lords heading towards Tiandu. Those who stayed behind in the domain chief's manor were usually domain lords who were not favored and did not receive much resources or training, or they were discontented and intended to be loyal to the Kenshin. In short, the firmament continent under the rule of the Celestial King was not a monolith. Hundreds of domain lords were not united and could not reach a consensus. This was good news for Ji Tianxing. It would be easier for him to unify the entire firmament continent in the future. Time passed day after day. Ji Tianxing spent 2 days to gather information about a region. He knew that the domain lord of this region had led his elite soldiers to Tiandu. He decisively went to the next region. 2 days later, he sneaked into the domain chief's manor of this region and found the domain lord. Interestingly, the domain lord had closed the domain chief's manor. There were only thousands of family members, servants, handymen, and more than 1,000 guards accompanying him. The deputy domain lord had led more than 1,000 elite soldiers to gather at Tiandu. Ji Tianxing used some new means and found out that the domain lord and the deputy domain lord had disagreements. They had quarreled many times before, and finally this situation had occurred. The domain lord was dissatisfied with the celestial king, while the deputy domain lord was the celestial king's loyal dog. It was said that the celestial king appreciated and valued the deputy domain lord greatly when he learned that they had parted ways. He was very disappointed and angry with the domain lord. The celestial king would soon order to remove the domain lord from his position and take him to Tiandu for trial. At that time, the deputy domain lord would take over the domain lord's position. Knowing this, Ji Tianxing did not alert the domain lord. Instead, he quietly sneaked into the secret room where the domain lord meditated. He sealed the secret room with a formation to ensure that no one could detect anything unusual. Then he appeared in front of the domain lord and they talked alone. When the domain lord saw him, he was shocked and subconsciously wanted to fight back and call for help. However, Ji Tianxing only needed to say one sentence to calm the domain lord down. After carefully sizing up Ji Tianxing, the region master compared him to his memories and confirmed Ji Tianxing's identity. He was immediately surprised and overjoyed, and he was so excited that he spoke incoherently. Ji Tianxing sat down calmly and looked at the domain lord. He bowed respectfully and said a lot of words of admiration and flattery. When the domain lord calmed down, Ji Tianxing told him the purpose of his visit and got to the point. My whereabouts are confidential. You are the first person to see me in the firmament land. So, you only have 2 choices. You can either be loyal to me or disappear. The domain lord nodded quickly and felt a little proud. He said excitedly, Master Kenshin, please rest assured. I have been looking forward to your arrival. For this reason, I did not hesitate to fall out with the deputy domain lord and offend the celestial king. I have been waiting for this day. I will swear allegiance to you now and keep this secret. I will never leak the news. The domain lord patted his chest and promised that he would keep this secret. He had already regarded himself as Kenshin's subordinate. In the face of such a sensible domain lord, Ji Tianxing was relieved. He took out a jade slip and threw it in front of the domain lord. The domain lord did not ask anything. He took the jade slip and solemnly read the heavenly oath. Obviously, before Ji Tianxing arrived in the firmament land, the domain lord had heard a lot about Kenshin and already knew the rules of Kenshin. No matter how terrible the heavenly oath made by Kenshin was, if he wanted to surrender and be loyal to Kenshin, he had to read it. Since the experts of the Boundless Heaven Continent and the Samsara Island had all read the heavenly oath, what was there to be afraid of? With this mentality, the domain lord was fearless. It only took him a few minutes to finish reading the heavenly oath. Then his whole body lit up with colorful divine light. A wisp of Taoist rhyme appeared on top of his head. Thunder roared and flashed in the sky above the domain lord's mansion. Feeling the mighty heavenly might, the domain lord was frightened. At the same time, he admired and respected Kenshin even more. At the same time, he could not help but imagine that since he was the first person to swear allegiance to Kenshin in the firmament land, he must seize the opportunity and perform well. He was one step ahead of everyone. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely become Kenshin's most trusted and valued right-hand man in the future. Chapter 4269. In fact, Ji Tianxing only had a basic understanding of the first territorial master he pledged his loyalty to and did not continue. Although the territorial master was loyal, he was only at the LV6 Divine King realm. He was destined to not have many achievements. In the future, when Ji Tianqing unified the entire firmament land, it would be difficult for the territorial master to take on a big responsibility, let alone govern the land on behalf of him. Of course, the territorial master was not strong enough. More importantly, as the territorial master, he could not restrain the deputy territorial master and let him take away more than 1,000 elite soldiers. This showed that the territorial master's courage and means were still somewhat lacking. Seeing that Ji Tianqing was silent, the territorial master hesitated for a moment and decided to take the initiative to find an opportunity to perform and make a contribution. He plucked up his courage and asked, "Master Kenshin, if you have any orders, I will do as you say. I am willing to share your burdens, even if it means sacrificing my life." Obviously, the territorial master wanted Ji Tianqing to arrange some tasks for him. Although he was the first to surrender, if he carried out a task, it would be dangerous. But he knew that wealth came from danger. Only by doing this could he show Kenshin his determination and loyalty. However, he neglected the most important point. At present, he only had more than 1,000 guards under his command, and they were not elite troops. Most of them were middle divine emperors and lower divine emperors. Even if he asked the territorial master to mobilize the troops of the empires, few emperors would obey his orders. In other words, it was difficult for him to carry out any important tasks with his troops. Ji Tianqing did not say it clearly. He just waved his hand and said, "I am investigating and grasping the situation of the firmament land. It is not suitable for me to do anything for the time being. Just tell me what you know." The territorial master was a little disappointed when he heard this, but he was secretly relieved. Although he could not make a contribution, at least he could be of some use. It was a comfort. At least he did not have to risk his life. Thus, he told Ji Tianqing everything he knew about the situation in full detail. Before this, he did not make the necessary preparations. Therefore, when he reported the news to Ji Tianqing, he said whatever came to his mind. Ji Tianqing listened patiently, asking questions from time to time for the region master to answer. Just like that, the two of them talked in a secret room for 4 hours before ending. Ji Tianqing now had a better understanding of the situation in the firmament land. For example, the general situation of the dozens of domain masters, roughly which clans and forces were loyal to the Celestial King, and which clans and forces were neutral. Previously, which forces had shown signs of resistance and had the intention to join Kenshin. This information was very useful to Ji Tianqing. At the very least, he knew that at least 6 ancient clans and 4 peak powers had long since planned to pledge their loyalty to him. Ji Tianqing didn't stay any longer and was about to leave after the domain leader told him everything he knew. Before he left, he warned the region lord, "This matter must be kept a secret and must not be known to anyone else. I'll leave you 3 jade slips. If there is any emergency or important news, you can report directly to me. In addition, you can stay in the domain leader's mansion and wait for my orders." The region lord nodded quickly to show that he understood. He bowed respectfully and saw Ji Tianqing off. Of course, Ji Tianqing's departure was also very quiet. Other than the region lord, no one else knew. Then, Ji Tianqing went to other regions to continue to inquire about the news. If he met any region lord who was still in the domain leader's mansion, he would take him down without hesitation. During this period, more than a dozen followers, Yin Yao, Ji Ku, and others sent him messages one after another, reporting the situation of each region. The situation was similar in both the north and the south of the firmament land. Most of the region lords were loyal to the Celestial King and the Nebula God Emperor. They were ordered to bring their elites to Heaven Capital. Only a few region lords stayed in the domain leader's mansion. They were not willing to follow the orders of the Celestial King, nor did they dare to openly pledge allegiance to the Kenshin. Judging from the current situation, the Celestial King's strategy was the same as that of the Imperial Tutor of the Boundless Heaven Continent and Commander Mingi of the Reincarnation Island. Without the protection of the God Emperor, they could only gather all the region lords, clans, and forces and hide in one place to resist the invasion of the Kenshin. They didn't dare to take the initiative to attack, nor did they dare to disperse their forces to avoid being defeated by the Kenshin one by one. There was nothing new about this method. It could even be regarded as a helpless move. However, this was the best method that the rulers of each continent could come up with. At the same time, this method could indeed delay time and slow down the speed of Ji Tianxing's domination of the entire continent. At least, he didn't dare to launch a general attack before the rebel alliance was established. Unknowingly, another 10 days had passed. Ji Tianxing investigated 3 more regions. The 3 region lords had rushed to Heaven Capital with their elites. The domain leader's mansion was empty. However, Ji Tianxing didn't attack the domain leader's mansion because it was meaningless. According to the feedback and intelligence from his followers, relatives, and friends, most of the region lords were experts of the top forces and gathered in Heaven Capital. Even if there were a few region lords who stayed in the domain leader's mansion and the leaders of the top forces, they either remained neutral and watched coldly from the sidelines, or their forces were slightly weaker. Ji Tianxing's plan to unify the firmament continent was delayed again and again. There was no breakthrough in a short period of time. At this time, Yin Yao sent him a piece of good news. A good news that made Ji Tianxing excited and full of expectations. In the south-central part of the firmament continent, Yin Yao accidentally heard a piece of news when she was investigating the 4th region. The top force in this region, the Fantasy Sun sect, had close contact with several ancient clans and top forces. The 6 forces were dissatisfied with the Celestial King and intended to unite and join the Kenshin. Unfortunately, 2 months ago, the Celestial King sent a large number of experts and elite troops to annihilate one of the forces and killed tens of thousands of alliance members. Such forceful and vicious methods forced the other 5 powers to have no choice but to vanish without a trace, and they didn't dare reveal any intention to rely on the Sword God any longer. Even so, the Celestial King didn't intend to let them go. He used all kinds of despicable and shameless methods to force the 5 forces to surrender and pledge allegiance. Now, the 5 forces could only struggle and try all kinds of ways to stall for time. They refused to bow their heads and admit defeat, nor could they unite to openly rebel. They could only be suppressed by the Celestial King in anger and helplessness, and their forces were constantly weakened. When Yin Yao sent the news to Ji Tianxing, she quickly rushed to the Fantasy Sun sect. She wanted to meet the master of the Fantasy Sun sect and negotiate with him in person. Even if Ji Tianxing couldn't be there for the time being, she wanted to replace Ji Tianxing and conquer the Fantasy Sun sect and the other 4 forces in the name of the Kenshin. Chapter 4270. As husband and wife for 200 years, Ji Tianxing knew Yin Yao's nature very well. She was never a reckless and impulsive person. She was even more benevolent, loving, and intelligent. But even so, Ji Tianxing was still worried and anxious when he heard that she was going to take her son to Illusory Sun sect to negotiate with the upper echelons of Illusory Sun sect. He immediately sent a message to Yin Yao, telling her not to act rashly. He would meet up with them as soon as possible. When the time came, he would appear and subdue Illusory Sun sect. If Yin Yao and Ji Wuhan went to Illusory Sun sect and encountered an accident, the consequences would be too serious. However, Yin Yao replied to Ji Tianxing, saying that those forces were in deep water and had been forced into a corner by the Celestial King. The situation was very urgent. If she delayed for 1 more day, those forces might not be able to withstand the pressure of the Celestial King and surrender to the Celestial King. Not to mention that she had enough strength and confidence to protect Wuhan and herself. Just the determination of those 5 forces showed clearly that they wanted to rely on the Kenshin. As long as she stated her identity and purpose, she believed that those 5 forces would not make things difficult for her. Moreover, even if something unexpected happened, she had her own unique skills and supreme-grade divine artifacts, which were enough to protect herself. Ji Tianxing was worried about his wife's decision, but he still respected and acquiesced. At the same time, he had the white dragon rush over as fast as possible. Late at night the next day, Yin Yao spent a day went through many twists and turns, and spent a lot of effort to pass through many obstacles and encirclements and sneak into the headquarters of Illusory Sun sect. This sect had 10,000 years of history, and its strength and foundation could be considered top-notch. It was located in a blessed land. For almost half a month, the experts and forces under the Celestial King had surrounded this blessed land and stared at Illusory Sun sect. Even a fly could not fly out of the blessed land, let alone the people of Illusory Sun sect. In addition, the Celestial King was still pressuring Illusory Sun sect to surrender. Illusory Sun sect's subordinate forces and countless properties have been destroyed and confiscated by Celestial King. The current Illusory Sun sect was no longer as powerful as it was in the past. All that was left was this blessed land and 10,000 disciples. Even though the Illusory Sun sect master and the elders were determined, they gritted their teeth and refused to surrender to the Celestial King. However, some of the elders, deacons, and disciples in the sect were unable to withstand such enormous pressure. They had been in a state of panic, unable to eat or sleep in peace. Recently, the pressure on the Illusory Sun sect had reached its peak. Different voices had already appeared within the sect. Almost half of the disciples, deacons, and elders were shaken and had the thought of surrendering. The Illusory Sun sect master felt helpless. He did not want to yield to the Celestial King, but he also did not want to see the sect split up and his disciples lose their lives. Faced with such a difficult choice, he had been hesitating, struggling, and waiting. At this time, 2 messengers sent by the Celestial King entered Illusory Sun-blessed land under the escort of 10 guards. In the past month, this was already the 5th batch of messengers sent by the Celestial King. When the guards at the gate reported this news to the Illusory Sun sect master, the Illusory Sun sect master immediately frowned. Deep worry flashed through his eyes. This was because he knew that the Celestial King's patience had reached its limit. The 2 messengers that had arrived tonight were most likely here to deliver an ultimatum. If he could not make a decision tonight, then the Illusory Sun sect would completely lose their chance. Within 2 days at the latest, the army sent by the Celestial King would arrive and attack the Illusory Sun sect. Simply put, the time to decide the fate of the Illusory Sun sect had arrived. No matter how unwilling the Illusory Sun sect master was, he had no choice but to order the guards to lead the messengers into the main hall and serve them tea. At the same time, he ordered the guards to inform the elders to gather in the main hall. After a short few minutes, the 9 elders of the Illusory Sun sect had gathered in the main hall. Afterwards, the Illusory Sun sect master also entered the main hall, wearing a magnificent robe and a divine crown on his head. Even though the relationship between the 2 sides had become very stiff and hostile, the 2 messengers were also very arrogant and lofty. But after meeting, the Illusory Sun sect master and the 9 elders still had to bow to the 2 messengers and exchange some false pleasantries. The 2 messengers were not even willing to sit down and had an impatient look on their faces. After exchanging pleasantries, they directly stated their intentions. Indeed, they were here to deliver an ultimatum on behalf of the Celestial King. Illusory Sun sect master, you have already thought of all kinds of methods and excuses to delay for more than a month. We are all smart people, so we can't be bothered to beat around the bush with you. In any case, we have already talked about everything that needs to be said. No matter how benevolent and magnanimous the Celestial King is, there is a limit to his patience. We cannot allow you to repeatedly challenge his bottom line. Tonight, we 2 messengers have come here on behalf of the Celestial King. We will not waste words with you. We only want a word from the Illusory Sun sect. Will you surrender or not? I advise you to think carefully before answering. Don't make a mistake. The entire firmament continent is the territory of His Majesty, the God Emperor. The Celestial King is ruling this continent on behalf of His Majesty, the God Emperor. All the territories and people should submit to him. Therefore, it is natural for the Illusory Sun sect to be loyal to the Celestial King. If the Illusory Sun sect dares to resist, you should know the result. After all, General Nanfeng has already left with 10,000 soldiers. He is not far from here. The two messengers directly threatened the illusory sun sect master, leaving no room for delay. There was no other way. In this month, the deadlock had been delayed too many times. The celestial king was not willing to wait any longer. The illusory sun sect master and the 9 elders also knew that they had already delayed to the limit. They could not delay any longer. Tonight, they had to make a decision and give a clear answer. Otherwise, the two messengers would not leave the matter at that. The celestial king would also not let the illusory sun sect go. Seeing the illusory sun sect master and the elders frowning, they remained silent. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and oppressive. The two messengers had mocking smiles on their faces as they silently waited for the illusory sun sect master to give an answer. But at this moment, a soft sound of someone falling to the ground suddenly woke everyone up. Bang! Everyone subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the corner of the hall's door. They saw that beside the closed door, in a dark corner, there were originally 5 guards who had followed the two messengers here. And at this moment, those 5 High Divine Lord Realm guards had all lost their vitality, collapsing in a pool of blood. Beside the 5 corpses stood a beautiful woman in a white dress and an extremely handsome youth with a cold temperament. Before the crowd could see their faces clearly, they did not have time to think about who they were or why they had appeared here. They teleported to the other side of the door and instantly killed the other 5 guards with lightning speed. Chapter 4271. In the blink of an eye, the 10 guards brought by the two messengers had turned into 10 corpses in the hall. The beautiful goddess in white, who seemed to be otherworldly, walked to the center of the hall with the handsome and cold young man, ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd. Looking at her gentle, holy, and elegant temperament, how did she look like a god king who had just killed a few guards? The two messengers, whose faces were full of astonishment, finally came back to their senses. Suddenly, they flew into a rage and pointed at the woman in the white dress and shouted angrily, "You damned bitch! How dare you kill my accompanying guards?" The other messenger also yelled angrily, "Who are you? Why did you ambush this lord's guards?" Before the white-clothed woman could answer, the two messengers looked at each other and guessed the answer. They suddenly turned around and looked at the illusory sun sect master with ferocious expressions. They yelled, "It's you. They're for the illusory sun sect. You're the one who arranged all of this." Illusory sun sect master, I didn't think you would still be so stubborn and make such a choice. Do you want to silence us? Ha! If we don't leave the illusory sun blessed land alive in 4 hours, the celestial king and commander Nanfeng will receive the news. Then the entire illusory sun blessed land will be destroyed. Everyone in the illusory sun sect will be buried with us. As they yelled these words, the two messengers became emotional. Their faces turned red and killing intent surged from their bodies. Before coming to the illusory sun sect, they were already mentally prepared. Once the illusory sun sect chose to resist to the end, they would definitely kill them. However, they always felt that the illusory sun sect wouldn't choose to resist. They would most likely compromise and surrender. However, they didn't think that the worst outcome would still happen. Faced with the two messengers' questions, the illusory sun sect master was a little stunned. The 9 elders stared at the white-clothed woman and the cold young man, dumbfounded. When the illusory sun sect master came back to his senses, he couldn't help but spread his hands and smile bitterly. Messengers, if this lord told you that this lord doesn't know them, would you believe me? In reality, the illusory sun sect master, the first elder, and the second elder were all stronger. They were all at the 8th level of the God King realm or above. As soon as they stepped into the meeting hall, they felt that something was wrong. On the surface, the two messengers only brought 10 guards into the hall. However, they could vaguely sense that there seemed to be a weak aura hidden among the 10 guards. However, the illusory sun sect master and the 2 elders thought that it was a backup plan left behind by the 2 messengers, so they didn't expose it. In addition, the 2 messengers went straight to the point and issued an ultimatum, which diverted the attention of the illusory sun sect master and the others. However, no one expected that the hidden aura would appear in the end. It was a white-clothed woman and a cold-looking young man. Furthermore, they had instantly killed the messenger's accompanying guards. This was too bizarre. The Illusory Sun sect had become the scapegoat for no reason at all. Where was the logic? Sure enough, the two messengers looked at the Illusory Sun sect master as if he was an idiot and scolded. "Bullshit! Are you messing with us? Do you think we're fools?" Illusory Sun sect leader, no matter how much you argue, it's useless. Your Illusory Sun sect is doomed. And if you want to kill this lord, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. As they spoke, the two messengers took out their divine weapons, and their bodies emitted soaring, killing intent. "Come, if you want to kill us, then even if we die, we'll drag a few of you down with us." The two messengers held their weapons and stood back to back as they stared fiercely at the crowd. Of course, they only appeared to be particularly fierce. In fact, they were already quietly moving, looking for an opportunity to rush out of the hall. Seeing that the two sides were about to fight, the Illusory Sun sect master became anxious. He stared at the white-clothed woman and the cold-looking young man and asked anxiously, "You two, who exactly are you? When did you enter the hall? And how did you break into our sect's territory?" Regardless of whether the Illusory Sun sect surrendered or not, he had to figure out the identity of the white-clothed woman and the young man. The Illusory Sun sect couldn't become the scapegoat for no reason. Unexpectedly, the white-clothed woman didn't give an answer directly. Instead, she said with an indifferent expression, "We are the same as the two of them. We are messengers." Not only was the Illusory Sun sect master stunned, but the 9 elders were also puzzled and confused. "Whose messengers are you? Whose message are you sending? Even if you're messengers, you can't kill the guards of these 2 messengers. Aren't you framing our Illusory Sun sect?" "That's right. If we don't explain this matter clearly today, our Illusory Sun sect will become the scapegoat. We'll rebel even if we don't want to." The elders all stared at the white-clothed woman and the young man as they questioned one another. Even though he was in the center of a whirlpool and was surrounded by many God King experts, the young man was still calm and cold. The white-clothed woman still had an otherworldly temperament and was as holy as the moon. She said with a calm and gentle voice, "The person who sent us to deliver the message to the Illusory Sun sect is the one you've been waiting for a long time, the one who can save you all." When everyone heard this, they were instantly dumbfounded, revealing expressions of shock and astonishment. "What? The one we've been waiting for a long time, the one who can save us all? Could it be that you're talking about him? Is this true? Are you really talking about that expert?" Although the Illusory Sun sect master and the elders didn't call out that expert's name in tacit agreement, everyone knew the answer in their hearts, because that answer was the only one. The people of the Illusory Sun sect knew it, and so did the 2 messengers. The 2 messengers were also stunned. They looked at each other in astonishment and then rushed to the palace gate as fast as they could. They took out their communication jade slips to deliver the message. They weren't in a hurry to break out just now because they wanted to find the right opportunity. But now, they knew the identity of the white-clothed woman and the young man. They knew that they were messengers sent by the Kenshin. They could no longer remain calm. The most important thing right now was that even if they died here, they had to find a way to deliver this top-secret message and report it to the Celestial King. Kenshin was here. He had already arrived at the Firmament Continent and had begun to act. His messengers had appeared, and their first goal was to save the Illusory Sun sect. The 2 messengers were very clear that the value of this top-secret message was more important than their lives. As long as they could deliver the message, even if they sacrificed themselves, it would be worth it. However, the white-clothed woman had already expected this result. Before anyone could react, she took out a pair of divine swords and brandished dozens of dazzling sword lights to stop the 2 messengers. Bang, bang, bang. As a LV7 Divine King, the white-clothed woman had no problem stopping the 2 messengers of the LV6 Divine King realm. With a series of muffled sounds, the sword lights all over the sky exploded into pieces, creating a huge wave in the palace. The two messengers were stopped, and their steps to break out of the encirclement stopped. The two messengers weren't injured. After being forced back 10 zhang, they tried to break out of the encirclement again. At this moment, the illusory sun sect master and the 9 elders finally acted. Chapter 42-72. The news of Qinshin's appearance was so shocking that the illusory sun sect master and the 9 elders were all stunned. But they quickly came back to their senses and realized the seriousness of the problem. It didn't matter if the white-clothed woman and youth were real or fake, or if Qinshin had really appeared. They couldn't hesitate now. They had to stop the two messengers and prevent them from reporting this news to the Celestial King. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Streaks of sword light and divine technique light drowned the two messengers. At the same time, the Great Elder took the opportunity to cast a spell to open the ceiling array of the Divine Palace. A large array, thousands of feet wide, lit up and sealed off the entire Divine Palace. The situation in the hall couldn't be seen from the outside. Even if everyone was fighting in the hall, it wouldn't affect the outside. Following a series of dull explosions, turbid 5-colored air waves exploded in the hall. The surrounding pillars, tables, chairs, stone carvings, and other objects were all reduced to dust. The entire Divine Palace shook violently. Several large holes appeared in the roof, and large cracks appeared in the walls. After all, the shockwaves from the battle of so many God King experts were too terrifying. If they were to exchange a few more blows, the entire Divine Palace would probably be destroyed. Fortunately, the two messengers were heavily injured. They fell to the ground and spasmed violently with blood spurting out of their orifices. Their communication jade slips were also shattered. They couldn't send messages anymore. In the smoke and dust, several elders rushed up and were about to kill the two messengers on the spot. But the illusory sun sect master was cautious. He waved his hand and stopped the elders. He only let them capture the two messengers and didn't kill them. When the shockwaves dissipated and the hall calmed down, the illusory sun sect master carefully sized up the white-clothed woman and the cold youth. He asked solemnly, "May I know the names of the two messengers?" The cold youth hugged a divine sword and didn't speak. The white-clothed woman still had a pure and noble temperament. Her voice was gentle and indifferent as she replied, "Names aren't important. You haven't seen or heard of them anyway. You only need to know that we are here to send messages on behalf of that Lord. That's enough." The illusory sun sect master frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and said, "I'll speak the truth. Please don't take offense. It's because we can't be sure if you can really represent that Lord. That's why I'm asking for your names. If you can't tell me the truth, how can I believe you? As the illusory sun sect master, I have the trust and lives of all disciples. How can I believe you so carelessly? If you have any evidence to prove your identity, that would be for the best. And you will regret it." And the other messenger also raised his head unyieldingly and roared with resentment. "Didn't anyone tell you that women are all liars? Lying? Least, if you believe her, the entire illusory sun sect will be buried with her." Illusory sun sect master and the few elders naturally wouldn't believe these two celestial kings' messengers. But the two messengers' words reminded them. Plus the white-clothed woman's mysterious appearance and strange actions, it was indeed hard for them to believe her. Swoosh! At this moment, the handsome young man who had been cold and silent flashed in front of the two messengers. He raised his sword and swung it down. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 sword glints flashed past, and the two messengers spat out blood arrows. 2 pieces of their tongues fell onto the ground with a plop. They were no longer able to speak rudely and could only make unclear sounds. Noisy. The handsome young man threw these 2 words coldly. His figure flashed, and he returned to the white-clothed woman's back. Earlier, when the two messengers spoke rudely and offended his mother, he really wanted to kill the two messengers. But he was just a low-level God King. How could he kill 2 6th-stage realm middle-level God Kings in seconds? Moreover, those 2 messengers couldn't be killed by him. They had to be handed over to Illusory Sun's sect's men to kill. Seeing this, Illusory Sun's sect master and the few elders frowned as they took a deep look at the cold young man. Although they were all veteran god kings who had been famous for more than 10,000 years, and their cultivations were higher than the young man by 6 to 7 levels. But they could deeply feel that although the young man was only at the second level of the god king realm, he had an innate holiness and nobility. He also had a peerless sharp sword intent. That kind of special temperament, suppression, and sword intent was simply amazing. Even a peak god king might not have it. They could all guess that this young man's identity must be extremely honorable. Illusory Sun's sect master was a 9th stage realm god king, and his knowledge was even wider. He thought to himself, such a valiant and special sword intent. There are probably less than 5 people in this world who can master it. At this moment, the amiable-looking white-haired elder stared at the cold young man for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he gave a cry of surprise. He seems like him. This was a sentence that came out of nowhere and was a little baffling. But Illusory Sun's sect master and the 8 elders, as well as the 2 messengers whose tongues were cut out, after observing the cold young man for a while, they instantly understood what he meant. Instantly, everyone's bodies shook as their eyes widened, revealing a shocked, agitated, and disbelieving expression. These God King experts were not fools, as they immediately guessed that cold young man's identity. Everyone was enlightened as thoughts such as "so it's like this," and no wonder flashed past their minds. That cold young man was a rare peerless talent in this world. If he was that Lord's son, then it wasn't strange at all, and it could be explained. The main hall was silent, as everyone didn't know what to say. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. At this moment, the white-robed woman took out a palm-sized, simple and mysterious token as she waved her hand and threw it in front of Illusory Sun's sect master. The simple and unadorned black token was made of some unknown material. It actually emitted an icy, cold death chi, as well as an incomparably sharp sword intent and a divine aura which could suppress heaven and earth. It was already very rare for 3 completely different auras to condense on a token. More importantly, when the token floated in front of Illusory Sun sect master, he actually felt a terrifying heavenly might. The back of the token was engraved with mysterious patterns and patterns. There were no words on the front either. There was only a straight, exquisite, and simple divine sword pattern. The white-robed woman only gave Illusory Sun's sect master 2 breaths of time before she took back the token and asked, "Now, do you have any other questions?" Illusory Sun sect master understood, and so did the 9 elders. It was true. Only Lord Kenshin, who was famous throughout the world and whose might shook the entire god realm, could inject these unique auras and powers into a token. With their intelligence and wisdom, they quickly guessed that the drop-dead gorgeous woman in a white dress and the cold young man before them were most likely the relatives of the Lord Sword God. Chapter 4273. In a short period of time, several things had happened, and the impact on everyone was too great. First, they learned of Lord Kenshin's appearance. Then, they learned of the white-clothed woman and the cold youth's identities. Now, the 2 captured messengers' hearts were like dead ashes, and they were filled with despair. As for the Illusory Sun sect master and the 9 elders, they experienced the feeling of going from hell to heaven. It was like a dream, and they found it hard to believe. Now that things had come to this, they no longer had any doubts. Intense excitement and surprise filled their minds, causing them to smile from ear to ear. However, the white-clothed woman looked at the Illusory Sun sect master and said calmly, "Since there are no more doubts, then it's time for you to show your sincerity." The Illusory Sun sect master was stunned. After guessing the white-clothed woman and the cold youth's identities, he and the elders' attitudes clearly became much more respectful. What a joke. Those were Lord Kenshin's wife and son. If they didn't act more respectful and leave a bad impression on Lady Kenshin and Little Kenshin, then they would be finished. Seeing that the Illusory Sun sect master didn't react, Ji Wuhan, who was tacitly called Little Kenshin by everyone, said 3 words in an indifferent tone. Show your sincerity. This time, the illusory sun sect master and the elders finally understood what the white-clothed woman meant. Everyone looked at the 2 captured messengers with cold and sharp gazes. The 2 messengers weren't stupid. They understood Ji Wuhin's meaning and realized that their time of death had come. The 2 of them struggled with all their might. Since they couldn't speak, they released their soul transmissions and cursed at everyone. Idiots of the illusory sun sect, you will definitely pay 10 times, 100 times the price. The celestial king will definitely avenge us. You damned lowly servant, your death is not to be regretted. The celestial king and the 100,000 soldiers will definitely cut your entire family into pieces. Hearing the 2 messengers insulting the white-clothed woman, the illusory sun sect master and the elders were filled with indignation and shouted harshly without waiting for Ji Wuhin to speak. You 2 bastards, how dare you insult? Lord Messenger, I'll kill you right now. Rude bastard, don't be disrespectful to this lord. The illusory sun sect master and several elders had guessed the identity of the white-clothed woman, but since she hadn't pointed it out, they couldn't reveal it. Therefore, the strange term, this Lord Messenger, appeared. The illusory sun sect master had already made up his mind to join the Kenshin clan. He didn't want the 2 messengers to continue spouting nonsense and offend the Kenshin madam and little Kenshin. Therefore, after he berated them, he decisively slashed out 2 saber lights with his palm and killed the 2 messengers cleanly. Swoosh! Swish! Sword light flashed, and the heads of the 2 messengers were cut in half. Their godheads also collapsed. Blood splashed out, about to scatter across the great earth. The 6th elder was a middle-aged woman with a meticulous mind. She was known for her generosity and gentleness in the illusory sun sect. Seeing the 2 messengers being killed and the scene of blood splattering everywhere, she hurriedly cast a spell and shot out a golden light to collect the 2 pools of blood, so as to prevent it from splashing onto the sword god's wife and the little sword god. Even if Madam and little Kenshin weren't so delicate, they wouldn't necessarily care about their clothes being stained with blood. However, this kind of thing really happened, so it wasn't very nice. The 6th elder's small action indeed attracted the attention of Madam Kenshin. She turned her head and looked at her, a hint of gentleness flashing through her clear eyes. It was obvious that Madam Kenshin admired the 6th elder's attentiveness and thoughtfulness. The illusory sun sect master and several elders were secretly happy when they saw this scene. The 7th, 8th, and 9th elders were also quite envious. 6th elder sister is still the best. The first time we met Madam Kenshin, she was able to obtain Madam Kenshin's approval. Amazing! Soon, the 4 elders collected the corpses of the 2 messengers and the 10 guards and took them out of the hall to deal with them. The reason why the guards weren't allowed to come in and the elders dealt with it personally was for the sake of confidentiality. Another 2 elders stayed behind to clean up the battlefield and repair the damaged divine palace. The illusory sun sect master, 1st elder, and the others personally accompanied Madam Kenshin and little Kenshin as they quietly left the conference hall and headed towards the extremely hidden underground palace. After all, the conference hall was in a mess and really wasn't suitable for receiving guests or discussing important matters. After everyone entered the underground palace, they sat down in a brightly lit, dust-free secret room. There were no guards, servants, or maids here. It could be said to be a place of absolute secrecy. Since there were no outsiders present, they didn't need to be secretive when discussing important matters. They could openly talk about it. The illusory sun sect master and the 3 elders respectfully bowed and formally paid their respects to Madam Kenshin and Ji Wuhin. The 6th elder temporarily acted as a maid and carefully scouted Madam Kenshin and Ji Wuhin, pouring tea and offering fruits to them. After some simple greetings, the illusory sun sect master asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Lord Messenger, since you were able to enter our sect's territory tonight and help us out in time, you must have understood the situation in advance and know our sect's situation. You and Lord Kenshin should already know that our sect has always maintained a neutral position and hasn't pledged allegiance to Celestial King. After learning that Lord Kenshin is about to arrive and will definitely save the firmament mainland, our sect has been looking forward to it day and night. This subordinate boldly asks, where is the God of Swords at the moment? Has he already arrived at the firmament mainland? This question was very important, because the Illusory Sun sect master and the elders were all concerned about one thing. Before the two messengers died, they said that Battle General Nanfeng was already rushing towards the Illusory Sun sect with 10,000 elite soldiers. Battle General Nanfeng would launch an attack in 2 days at the latest. Without Kenshin's help, the Illusory Sun sect wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The white-clothed woman, Madame Kenshin, was Yun Yao. She guessed that the Illusory Sun sect master and the others must be very worried and anxious. In order to reassure everyone, she replied with certainty, Lord Kenshin has already arrived at the firmament mainland and has already started planning and taking action. He has already investigated the situation of the firmament mainland. Lord Kenshin already knows about the intentions of the Illusory Sun sect and the other clans and forces, as well as their determination to fight against the Celestial King. Although Lord Kenshin is rushing over, it will still take him 2 days. In order to reassure everyone, Lord Kenshin sent us here in advance to inform everyone of this news. Hearing that Kenshin was rushing over and would arrive in 2 days, the Illusory Sun sect master and the elders finally showed a relieved expression. A huge stone was finally lifted from their hearts. From Madame Kenshin's tone, it seemed that Kenshin was coming alone to support them. However, the Illusory Sun sect master and the elders had almost blind confidence in Kenshin's strength. In their eyes, even if Kenshin was alone, he could still fight against Battle General Nanfeng and the 10,000 soldiers. Of course, this wasn't blind faith and worship. It was a fact that had been tested. Everyone had heard about the process of Kenshin unifying the Boundless Heaven mainland and the Reincarnation Island, as well as his illustrious achievements. Chapter 4274. Since Kenshin was about to arrive at Illusory Sun Blessed Land, Illusory Sun sect's leader and several elders were relieved. If Kenshin could arrive before General Nanfeng attacked Illusory Sun Blessed Land, that would be for the best. Even if Kenshin arrived a day or 2 later, it wouldn't be a big problem. No matter how strong General Nanfeng's 10,000 soldiers were, Illusory Sun sect's 10,000 disciples would be able to hold on for a few days. Now that their biggest worry was solved, Illusory Sun sect's leader and several elders were in a very good mood. Next, they eagerly scouted Yun Yao and Ji Wuhin and tactfully inquired about Sword God's plans in a roundabout manner. Ji Wuhin kept silent, as he didn't want to deal with these people. Yun Yao calmly responded to everyone's probing. She had a good grasp of the situation. Not only did she let everyone guess part of Kenshin's plan, but she didn't say too much. She also kept Kenshin a mystery. All in all, Illusory Sun sect's leader and several elders were overjoyed. They felt proud to be the first to join Kenshin's side. They revered Kenshin more and more. They just wanted to see Kenshin in person as soon as possible to express their respect and loyalty. Just like that, after more than 2 hours of conversation, Illusory Sun sect's leader and several elders were completely convinced. They also completely trusted Yun Yao and Kenshin. Even if Yun Yao took out a heavenly oath, Illusory Sun sect's leader would read it aloud. Of course, Yun Yao wouldn't do that for the time being. This was a more sacred and solemn matter. It was better to wait for Ji Tianxing to come and do himself. What she was going to do next was another more important matter. Illusory Sun sect's leader, I found out that Illusory Sun sect has been in close contact with the other 5 forces. These 6 forces have the intention to resist Celestial King's tyranny and help Kenshin save the people of Firmament Land. Is this true? Illusory Sun sect's leader quickly nodded and said, yes, that's right. Unfortunately, no matter how secretive our actions were, the Celestial King was still aware of it. He used forceful means to suppress us, and even sent a large number of troops to annihilate a force, intending to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The 5 of us had no choice but to suspend contact and lay low, not daring to show any signs of resistance. But even so, the Celestial King does not intend to let us go. He still wants to force us to submit and surrender. At this point, the leader of the Illusory Sun sect expressed great hatred towards the Celestial King and his lackeys. Of course, he also knew that Mrs. Kenshin was not very interested in these things. She was more interested in information about the other forces. Therefore, he did not express too much emotion and continued, "Lord Messenger, although we have not been in contact with the other four forces for the past month, we have not been in contact with them. However, their attitude was as firm as ours, and they hated the Celestial King to the core. As long as Lord Kenshin arrived and raised his arm, the other four factions would definitely respond immediately. In addition, if you want to know the details of the other four forces, this subordinate will introduce them to you now." Yin Yao nodded and said, "Let's hear it." The Illusory Sun sect master didn't hide anything. He told Yin Yao everything he knew in detail. Yin Yao listened quietly and asked a few questions from time to time. The leader of the Illusory Sun sect also answered truthfully. Just like this, 2 hours later, she had a sufficient understanding of the situation of the other four forces. The leader of the Illusory Sun sect gave a very detailed introduction. Not only did he introduce the number of people, the scale of the forces, the number of Divine King experts, and the number of Divine Monarch disciples who could participate in the battle. He also introduced the names of the patriarchs, sect masters, and elders of each force clearly, as well as their approximate strength and realm. After Yin Yao listened, she expressed her approval of the leader of the Illusory Sun sect's detailed introduction and said that she would report this matter to Kenshin. What she meant now was that the leader of the Illusory Sun sect had done a meritorious service. She would let Kenshin know and reward him in the future. The leader of the Illusory Sun sect was very smart and naturally understood what Yin Yao meant. He felt even more grateful and excited. Yin Yao thought for a moment and said, "Illusory Sun sect's leader, Lord Kenshin, will be arriving soon and will appear soon. The news will also spread. Therefore, the Illusory Sun sect and the other four forces do not need to be on tenterhooks anymore. Quickly send a message to the other four forces and tell them this news. If possible, ask the leaders of the four forces to come to the Illusory Sun blessed land as soon as possible and meet Lord Kenshin personally." The leader of the Illusory Sun sect had already guessed that Madame Kenshin would make such a request and was mentally prepared, so he agreed without hesitation. However, he hesitated for a moment and asked tentatively, "Madame Messenger, should this subordinate contact the leaders of the four forces and reveal some information, or—" Yin Yao waved her hand and said indifferently, "Just tell them the truth. There is nothing to hide. This subordinate understands." The leader of the Illusory Sun sect let out a sigh of relief. After bowing and receiving the order, he was about to leave. Before leaving, he arranged a place for Yin Yao and Ji Wuhan to stay. The sixth elder would take the mother and son to a quiet house. In the next few days, the sixth elder would personally accompany Madame Kenshin. The servants who would serve them would also be the most loyal and reliable female disciples. In short, the leader of the Illusory Sun sect would do his best to take care of Madame Kenshin and little Kenshin. No mistakes could be allowed. This was not only related to his future, but also the survival of the entire Illusory Sun sect. Not long after, the sixth elder brought Yin Yao and Ji Wuhan to a certain residence in the mountains to settle down. This house, which occupied a vast area and had a quiet environment, sat alone on a lonely peak. It was used by the Illusory Sun sect to entertain important guests. Very few people lived here. The sixth elder stayed with 10 loyal female disciples, waiting for Yin Yao's orders at any time. Of course, Yin Yao and Ji Wuhan went back to their own secret rooms and meditated to rest. There was nothing for them to say. In a secret room with dim light and abundant divine power, Yin Yao took out a communication jade slip and sent a message to Ji Tianxing. Not only did she have to report the good news to Ji Tianxing and tell him that the Illusory Sun sect had sincerely surrendered to Ji Tianxing, she also had to report the situation of the other four forces to Ji Tianxing. Most importantly, General Nanfone was leading 10,000 elite soldiers and was on his way to attack the illusory, sun-blessed land. This battle would be Ji Tianxing's first battle on the Firmament Continent. It was of utmost importance. Many people on the Firmament Continent had heard the legends of Kenshin and knew that Kenshin was very powerful. However, they had only heard about it. No one had seen it with their own eyes. And in this battle, Ji Tianxing would let the people of the illusory Sun sect and the Firmament Continent see that the legends about Kenshin were all true. Kenshin's fame was built from fighting with real swords and real swords. His numerous achievements were forged from blood and fire. He definitely deserved his reputation. Chapter 4275. This night, many people were destined to be sleepless. For example, the four forces that had been in close contact with the illusory Sun sect and wanted to resist the Celestial King's rule. Not long ago, they had suddenly received a secret message from the illusory Sun sect's sect master. For nearly a month, they had been filled with anxiety and worry. Although they had very little contact with each other, they knew each other's situation. Especially in the past few days, the patriarchs and sect masters of the four forces knew that the illusory Sun sect could not hold on. In less than 3 days, news from the illusory Sun sect would spread. They could either bow their heads and admit defeat, pledging their loyalty to the Celestial King, or they could rise up and completely fall out with the Celestial King and be surrounded by the army. The four patriarchs and sect masters all hoped that the illusory Sun sect's sect master could withstand the pressure and not yield to the Celestial King. But they could empathize with him and knew how much courage and determination it would take. So, although their hearts were burning with worry, they could not make a decision for the illusory Sun sect's sect master. They could only wait anxiously. Just a moment ago, they had suddenly received a secret message from the illusory Sun sect's sect master. The moment they received the message Jade Slip, the four patriarchs and sect masters were stunned. Their expressions became unsightly and their hearts were in their mouths. What did it mean to receive a message from the illusory Sun sect's sect master at this time? Had the illusory Sun sect's sect master finally made a decision? Had he decided to stubbornly resist to the end, or had he decided to compromise and surrender to the Celestial King? The four patriarchs and sect masters were unsure and could not guess the answer. Although they were scattered in different regions and were separated by millions of miles, they had the same feelings and reactions at the same time. Facing the message Jade Slip from the illusory Sun sect's sect master, they all hesitated. After a long silence, they received it and read the contents with their divine senses. Their feelings were very complicated. They wanted to see the answer they wanted, but they were also afraid of seeing the opposite answer. Of course, if the illusory Sun sect's sect master really did make the opposite decision, they would not blame or resent him, because everyone knew that the Celestial King was a scourge, and they were just a boat in the wild. They could not choose the direction, nor did they have the right to decide whether to advance or retreat. The only thing they could do was go with the flow or perish under the perilous waves. Finally, the voice of the sect master of the illusory Sun sect sounded in their minds. After hearing these two sentences, their bodies trembled. Their eyes lit up, and the worry and heaviness on their faces were swept away. A moment later, when they finished listening to the contents of the transmission, they were all excited and had an indescribable look of surprise on their faces. Two clan leaders jumped to their feet, slapped their jade slips on the table in front of them, and couldn't help but say good 3 times in a row. The other 2 sect masters and pavilion masters were holding their communication jade slips with both hands, laughing heartily for a long time before stopping. The custodians and elders immediately asked, what kind of news was it that made them so happy? The patriarchs, sect masters, and pavilion masters listened to illusory Sun sect's sect masters' orders and naturally wouldn't reveal the secret of Kenshin's arrival. They found some excuses and dismissed the people around them. However, the experts by their side were all their most trusted and valued right-hand men. Naturally, they understood their personalities very well. From their expressions and auras, they could guess that there must be some good news, and it must be related to the illusory Sun sect and the Celestial King. The patriarchs, sect masters, and pavilion masters hesitated for a moment. After careful consideration, they all sent a reply to Illusory Sun Sect's sect master, saying that they would immediately set off for the Illusory Sun Paradise. Then, the 4 patriarchs, sect masters, and pavilion masters secretly gathered a few confidants to discuss and arrange some things. No one knew what they talked about, but it didn't take long for them to quietly leave the cave residence with 2 custodians or elders. In these 2 days, the firmament land was relatively peaceful. Even in the dark where no one knew, there were undercurrents surging. The common people and many forces were talking about Kenshin. But so far, the firmament land was not in chaos, and no war had broken out. It was just that everyone could sense that a storm was about to come. Everyone believed that war and chaos were not far away. In Tiandu, the Celestial King had already received the news. That night, the 2 messengers he sent, with 10 guards, entered the Illusory Sun Paradise to deliver his order, but they never appeared again. No one knew what happened to the 2 messengers after they entered the Illusory Sun Paradise, or what their current situation was. But just as the 2 messengers said, they did not leave the Illusory Sun Paradise before dawn, which meant that something had happened to them. And there was only one answer. That was, the Illusory Sun sect was going to rebel. So, in the early morning of the 2nd day, the Celestial King received the news from the scouts, and he was immediately furious. Although the Celestial King was mentally prepared, the tough Illusory Sun sect might resist to the end. But he was 80% sure that the Illusory Sun sect would not dare to act rashly and would obediently surrender. But the result was a slap to his face. He was furious, and his killing intent surged. He immediately ordered Battle Marshal Nanfeng. He ordered Battle Marshal Nanfeng to speed up the march, break through the Illusory Sun Paradise as soon as possible, and kill everyone in the Illusory Sun sect. The reason why he gave such an order was that he was worried that the people of the Illusory Sun sect would run out of the cave and escape the firmament land. Even if they did not run away, the Illusory Sun sect would have enough time to breathe, and they could set up more defenses and traps to create trouble for Battle Marshal Nanfeng. Only by ending the battle quickly could he reduce the casualties of the soldiers. Most importantly, the news of the Illusory Sun sect rebellion would definitely spread in 2 days. The Celestial King wanted those who received the news to hear that the Illusory Sun sect was going to rebel, and then they would hear the news of the Illusory Sun sect's destruction. Only then would it have a strong deterrent effect and create a sensation. He wanted everyone in the firmament land to understand that the result of opposing him and not being loyal to him was destruction. At this moment, Battle Marshal Nanfeng was leading 10,000 soldiers on 5 godly ships towards the south at a moderate speed. He had the same idea as the Celestial King. He believed that the Illusory Sun sect had an 80% chance of surrendering, and the chances of them rebelling were very low. The 10,000 soldiers he led were just going through the motions to intimidate the Illusory Sun sect. They would not be of any use. In his opinion, the fact that he had led 10,000 soldiers to destroy a top force was enough to intimidate the Illusory Sun sect. As long as the Illusory Sun sect leader was not crazy, he would not take things too hard. However, when Battle Marshal Nanfeng received the Celestial King's order, he was dumbfounded. He never thought that the Illusory Sun sect would really rebel. Battle Marshal Nanfeng panicked and quickly ordered the fleet to move at full speed. Chapter 4276. Originally, according to the speed of Battle Commander Nanfeng's fleet, they should have reached Illusory Sun Blessed Land in 2 days. However, he had been careless and believed that Illusory Sun sect would not resist, so the fleet was slower. Even if they rushed at full speed, they would still need 2.5 days to arrive. When he came to this conclusion, Battle Commander Nanfeng felt very uneasy. For others, being half a day later than the time they were ordered wasn't a big deal. However, he knew that the Celestial King had always been strict and strict. If he knew that he had been negligent and delayed by half a day, he would definitely be furious. However, things had already happened, and he could not change the outcome. No matter how fast the fleet sped up, they would not be able to reach illusory, sun-blessed land in 2 days. Thus, after much consideration, Battle Commander Nan Fong decided to report the truth to the Celestial King and ask for punishment. He had served under the Celestial King for almost 1,000 years and understood the Celestial King's nature very well. He naturally knew that this was the most appropriate thing to do. Furthermore, he was the Celestial King's right-hand man and was deeply trusted and valued. Perhaps the Celestial King would forgive him this time on account of his sincerity and their many years of relationship. After sending the message, Battle Commander Nan Fong anxiously waited for the Celestial King's reply. 15 minutes later, the Celestial King's reply arrived. Just as Battle Commander Nan Fong had expected, the Celestial King was very angry and scolded him harshly. However, on account of his sincerity and many years of hard work, he would not be punished for the time being. He had to atone for his crime and completely eliminate everyone in Illusory Sun sect, leaving no one alive. If he could complete the mission perfectly, not only would the Celestial King not punish him, he would also be rewarded according to his merits. After reading the Celestial King's reply, Battle Commander Nan Fong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. After putting away the communication jade slip, he did not think about anything else and began to prepare his battle plan. His temperament became cold and austere, and his entire body was filled with a frightening, killing intent. Bastards of Illusory Sun sect, there's a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Since you insist on seeking death, Ben Shui will fulfill your wish. This time, everyone from the Illusionary Sun sect had to die. Even a chicken or a dog won't be able to survive. Commander Nan Fong held his sword and cursed silently in his heart. Ever since Yin Yao arrived and killed the two messengers had been killed. The Illusionary Sun sect had already joined the Kenshin Empire and became the first force under the Kenshin Empire. Of course, the only thing missing was the process of swearing allegiance. However, the Illusory Sun sect master and several elders had already considered themselves Kenshin subordinates. Of course, this news was still confidential. Other than the sect leader and vice sect leader, the two protectors, and a few elders, no one else knew about it. The Illusory Sun sect master knew that Kenshin would arrive soon. However, he didn't stay idle. He still had to do the necessary defensive work. Over the past 2 days, he had personally commanded the elders and deacons to lead thousands of disciples to reinforce Illusory Sun blessed land. After reinforcing the entire blessed land's defensive array, he ordered the disciples to set up 2 layers of defensive arrays and 1 layer of sect-protecting array. In addition, he set up a dozen or so arrays near the blessed land's entrance to act as traps and ambushes. After doing all this, the Illusory Sun sect master mobilized the troops and arranged for the elders, deacons, and disciples to set up arrays to firmly guard Illusory Sun blessed land. Even the guards guarding the entrance of the blessed land were withdrawn into the interior of the blessed land. In short, the Illusory Sun sect had finished their preparations and assumed a defensive posture. They were just waiting for Commander Nan Fong to lead his army of 10,000 to attack. The two sides were separated by the Illusory Sun blessed land's array and began a fight. The Illusory Sun sect didn't hope to win this battle. They only hoped to block Commander Nanfeng's attack and minimize their casualties. As long as they waited for Kenshin to arrive, the situation would be set. Just like that, 2 days passed quickly. On the morning of the 3rd day, when dawn was about to arrive, the Illusory Sun sect entered its most tense state. The 5,000 disciples who had the qualifications to participate in the battle were all wearing armor and holding swords. They stood guard at their posts and waited for the battle to begin. The other 3,000 disciples, servants, and workers who didn't have the qualifications to participate were also waiting in the various underground palaces within the sect, worriedly praying. Logically speaking, Commander Nan Fong should have led his army to the blessed land's entrance by now. Perhaps in the next moment, the army of 10,000 would attack. Everyone's nerves were tense, and their hearts were in their mouths. The 2 elders and 8 deacons in charge of controlling the defensive array also pushed the defensive power of the array to its limit. Even the illusory sun sect master didn't stay within the sect to wait for news. Instead, he brought 2 protectors and personally arrived at the Blessed Land's entrance. The 3 of them stood in the night sky and looked down at the disciples near the entrance, waiting with serious expressions. However, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an entire hour passed, and there was no reaction from the defensive array. Commander Nanfeng and his army of 10,000 didn't appear on time, let alone attack illusory sun-blessed land. The thousands of disciples didn't dare to relax, but they were very confused. Some of the deacons and elders secretly discussed with each other, but they couldn't make up their minds. In the end, they saw the sect master and the 2 protectors supervising the battle. 2 elders flew into the night sky and asked for instructions from the illusory sun sect master. Lord Sect Master, look, it's already been an hour. Why hasn't there been any movement? Lord Sect Master, in order to preserve our strength and reduce casualties, we didn't leave any scouts or spies outside the Blessed Land. Now that the situation has changed, we can't see what's going on outside. The illusory sun sect master was also puzzled, but in front of thousands of disciples, he couldn't show it. He was still calm and replied indifferently. Logically speaking, Commander Nanfeng and his army of 10,000 should have arrived by now. However, Commander Nanfeng has been through hundreds of battles and is very experienced. He isn't an impulsive person, so he definitely won't attack rashly. Of course, he has to observe the situation, arrange the troops, and discuss the attack plan. In this way, it will take at least a few hours before he attacks. When the 2 elders heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. But after nodding, the 2 elders asked again, Sect Master, what should we do then? Let the disciples continue to be vigilant and ready to fight at any time? Sect Master, the disciples have been tense and exhausted. I'm afraid it's not good to continue like this. If Commander Nanfeng is cunning enough and deliberately wastes a day or 2 of our time, the disciples will be very tired before they even participate in the battle. The illusory sun sect master also realized this problem and nodded slightly. Right now, we are passively defending, and the initiative is in Commander Nanfeng's hands. Pass down the order, tell the disciples not to be too nervous and to remain vigilant. Also, if Commander Nanfeng is stalling for time, that's exactly what I want. The longer we delay, the better it is for us.